Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's lore, we're diving into the story behind Kryptman and why he was right. Before I get into that, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
The sea had not merely gone black, it had gone wrong. What lapped against the shattered piers of Tyranids' principal research enclave was no longer water in any honest sense. It moved with a sluggish, greasy weight, thick with pale drifts of calcified dust and ribbons of rendered organic filth. The surf heaved in tar-dark folds that broke around drowned loading cranes and the half-submerged torsos of bulk servitors, carrying with it a stench so profound that even the filtered intake of an inquisitorial rebreather could not wholly tame it. It was the smell of opened bodies left in furnace heat. It was the smell of butchered abattoirs, of burned marrow, of old blood kneaded into ash. Interrogator Severian Vale stood at the lip of the landing ramp and looked out upon the corpse of a world. The research domes ahead had burst apart under forces no storm could have conjured. Their transparent shells were split and peeled back like the membranes of ruptured organs, their support struts jutting upward in bent curves, slick with congealed residue. Between them stood extraction towers and auger masts gnawed down to skeletal stumps. The shore itself was layered in a pallid silt that had once been fish, bird, man, crop, fungus, and forest alike. No distinction remained. It was all one dust now, a planetary cremation without fire. Around the dead enclave, servitors still labored. One dragged a snapped cable with the patience of a condemned ox, its lower body missing from the waist down, its crude tracked chassis replaced by the sharpened remains of mangled plating. Another stood knee-deep in the black wash and extended its manipulator arm again and again toward a cargo lighter that no longer existed, the vox bark of a loading catechism repeating from its grill in a wet, clicking monotone. A third was nailed to a wall by lengths of fallen adamant, yet still tried to rotate its fused shoulder joint in obedience to some final command no living overseer would ever hear fulfilled. Vale had seen cities burned from orbit. He had walked hive underlevels after cult purges and traced the spoor of Xenos predators through pilgrim ships packed with the stripped dead. He had thought himself proofed against astonishment. Yet what lay before him was not ruin, as man understood ruin. It was not war, though war had touched it. It was not plague, though all was corruption. It was something vaster and emptier. The world had not been defeated. It had been consumed. Behind him, bootsteps rang on the ramp with measured iron certainty. Inquisitor Fetus Kryptman emerged from the shuttle's gloom with his cloak clasped tight against the sea wind, carapace plates dark beneath the garment, rosette hanging like a sentence from his breast. He did not pause in theatrical dismay. He did not offer the Emperor's benediction to the fallen. His eyes moved once across the shoreline, one swift tally of damage, and then hardened into the cold concentration of a man for whom horror was only useful insofar as it yielded information. "Record everything," he said. His voice was low and dry, stripped of ornament, every syllable delivered with the frugal precision of a blade entering between ribs. Vale bowed his head at once and activated the pict recorder mounted at his collar. "As you command, my lord." Kryptman descended the ramp first. His boots sank half an inch into the white-grey silt. He crouched, touched two fingers to it, rubbed the grains together, then lifted them beneath the intake grill of his rebreather. "Bone," he said. "Not merely human. Multi-origin, marine life, avian remains, large herbivores, ground lichen, arboreal matter, powdered and intermixed." Vale swallowed against the taste in his mouth. By digestion, Kryptman straightened. By processing. The word hung between them like a tolling bell. They advanced inland through the wreckage. The only sounds were the Black Sea, the drag and scrape of deranged servitors, and the occasional metallic tick from collapsing structures as stressed supports surrendered the last of their strength. No carrion birds circled above. There were no insects upon the dead. Even decay seemed thwarted, as though the world had been stripped so bare that the smallest scavengers had found nothing left fit to inherit. At the central concourse, they found the first bodies that still resembled men. A line of planetary defense troopers lay sprawled where they had made a final barricade around the station ingress. Their armor was melted into their flesh in places, in others simply gone, leaving rib cages laid open and long, slick trails where organs had been dragged or dissolved away. One corpse had no face from the brow down, only a cratered hollow packed with granular residue. Another still clutched his laser gun in both hands, though both arms ended at the elbow in clean sheared stumps. The walls around them bore no bullet scoring from a human exchange of fire. They were ripped, torn, punched through by impacts that had cracked plasteel as if it were kiln-baked clay. Vale heard himself say, "Raiders could not have done this." "No," said Kryptman, "rebellion could not. No, not even the worst bioplague." Kryptman turned his gaze on the shattered avenue, on the burst dome beyond, on the distant skeletal towers rising against the corpse-light sky. "This is erasure," he said. "Biological and industrial, total, deliberate, efficient." They reached the station vault, where the Enclave's protected records were housed. The blast doors had been folded inward by some colossal force, their locking teeth torn free, their machine spirits dead and silent. Inside, most of the cogitator banks had been pulped. Data looms lay in pieces amid cables, blood, and a translucent mucus crust that clung to every surface like the dried trace of some monstrous secretion. Yet deep in the inner chamber, sealed in a casket of heat-shielded alloy, one codex cylinder remained intact. Vale moved to retrieve it, but Kryptman was quicker. He took the cylinder in both hands, as though receiving a holy relic, and held it under his helm lamp. "The station master had sense enough to protect his memory vault," Vale said. Kryptman gave no answer. He passed the cylinder to Vale. "Portable reader." Vale knelt among the wreckage, slotted the codex into his hand unit, and waited while wounded machine spirits complained in Binharic fragments. At last, a sequence of broken picts and damaged logs flickered into life. Static gnawed at every image. Time stamps had failed, yet enough remained. He saw the sky over Tyran darken with descending shadows vast enough to eclipse daylight. He saw oceans heave as if the deeps themselves had panicked. He saw spores falling in such quantity that they seemed not separate objects but weather, vast living storms descending in curtains of flesh. He saw defense lasers scythe upward and vanish against shapes too immense to comprehend. He saw men firing from parapets at swarms that climbed over their own dead without pause. He saw towers of pulsing organic matter spear up from the ground and join themselves to the clouds above, capillary structures pumping the world's life into orbit. He saw things that wore the broad resemblance of beasts, but refined for only one purpose: claws too long to be natural, jaws constructed as if by a god who had studied every carnivore and then stripped away every limit mercy had ever placed upon design. One clip ended with the camera fixed on the sea as the water began to boil, not from heat, but from the movement beneath. Then a shape rose, mountainous, armored, wet with black brine, and the pict dissolved into static. Vale felt an involuntary shiver run through him. "Emperor, preserve us!" Kryptman held out his hand. Vale passed him the reader. The Inquisitor watched every broken second without blinking. Once, twice, then again, isolating the changes in sequence, the deployment patterns, the timing of atmospheric contamination against void descent, the appearance of feeder structures against ground swarms. Vale had served him long enough to know what that silence meant. Kryptman was not witnessing slaughter anymore. He was mapping it. A sound rasped from the chamber beyond. Both men turned. Vale brought up his pistol. Kryptman lifted his hand lamp. Something lay half buried beneath a fallen cogitator frame and a curtain of snapped cables. It had once been a Mechanicus adept. Red robes were visible under the filth, though most had been burned away. The lower half of his body was gone below the pelvis. One mechadendrite still twitched in slow, aimless spasms. The flesh of his chest was torn open, and within the ruin, bionics clicked against exposed ribs with each failing attempt at respiration. His remaining eye rolled toward them. The other socket was empty and caked black. Vale moved to administer the Emperor's Peace, but the adept's hand shot out with surprising strength and caught his wrist. "Witness," the adept croaked. "Witness and transmit." Kryptman stepped forward. "State your designation." The adept's vox grill sparked. "Logis Adept Hester Varn, Biologist Adjunct, Research Station Primus." A cough followed, thick with clotted blood and machine oil. No plague, no rebellion, no external resource seizure. They came from the void in numbers beyond tabulation. Spore saturation first, atmospheric inversion second, surface predation immediate. His breath hitched. Vale knelt despite himself, leaning in to catch each word. "The skies changed color," Varn whispered. "Not cloud, not ash, living descent. They fell singing in the auspex. The seas rose, then the seas boiled. Organisms of macrovoid class entered lower atmosphere. Some anchored, some birthed more of themselves. Towers grew, veins grew. The world was punctured and drunk." His remaining eye unfocused, as if seeing it again. Men died quickly where they were fortunate, slowly where they were not. The digestion pits took the rest. Entire hab blocks pulled down, processed, liquefied. His jaw trembled. They harvested the dead. They harvested the living. They harvested the soil, the plankton, the kelp forests, the hive reservoirs. There is no victory condition against a hunger that eats the battlefield itself. Kryptman crouched before him, relentless. "Did you identify command nodes, synaptic centers, dominant organisms, pattern of strategic cohesion?" Varn gave a sound that might once have been bitter laughter. "You ask for taxonomy while the universe ends? I ask for truth." The adept's fingers twitched. "Truth, yes." He swallowed blood. "They are not raiders, not conquerors. They do not seize territory. They strip matter. They leave nothing with caloric worth unclaimed. Nothing." His grip failed. Vale caught his shoulder as the adept sagged. "Kyrie protocols," Varn murmured. "Signal, all sectors." His voice dropped lower, a machine running out of current. "They come in hunger. They come in number. They come until—" His chest hitched once more. "Until there is no world left to bury." Then he was still. Vale made the sign of the Aquila over the corpse. Kryptman was already moving. He led Vale from the station into the farther Badlands, where the Enclave's perimeter gave way to open extraction zones and coastal flats. There the full obscenity of the thing revealed itself. Great circular pits had been bored into the world's crust, their interiors glazed and ridged with dried secretions. Around them rose the remains of colossal organic towers, now collapsed into fibrous carcasses, each one as broad at the base as a manufactorum stack. Feeder scars patterned the ground in branching networks, vast channels where biomass had been pumped, rendered, and drawn upward into the ships that had devoured the planet. Kryptman stood for a long while before one such ruin. The wind worried the hem of his cloak. The dead tower creaked with a sound like old cartilage. "At first contact," Vale said carefully, "I judged them Xenos marauders of some unknown strain. Perhaps void nomads, something predatory, but bounded." Kryptman's face did not change. Bounded things leave limits behind them. Vale looked out across Tyran's corpse. There were no limits here. Every horizon proclaimed the same abomination. "What are they?" he asked. Kryptman rested a gauntleted hand upon the dried wall of the capillary tower, as if taking measure of an enemy fortification. A devouring extragalactic swarm, perhaps. A migratory predator species on a scale not yet catalogued by the Imperium. A composite ecosystem engineered by an intellect vast enough to direct war through appetite. His voice sank even lower. No, more than appetite. Purpose. This is not feeding alone. It is conversion, consumption into strength. Vale stared at the dust under his boots and knew, with a chill deeper than fear, that his master had already ceased to think in terms of saving Tyran. Kryptman was thinking beyond the dead world now, beyond mourning, beyond even vengeance. He was calculating trajectories, distances, response times, sacrifices. "We can raise sector command," Vale said. "Seal transit routes, muster fleets, quarantine the system. Perhaps. Kryptman turned at last. Vale met his gaze and hated how young he suddenly felt under it. Perhaps contain this. The Inquisitor's eyes were like chips of old winter. Containment is already too late. The words were not spoken in despair. That was what made them dreadful. Kryptman looked back across the dead flats, across the Black Sea, across the torn domes and the broken vaults, and the white dust that had once been a living world. When he spoke again, it was with the finality of naming a verdict. This world was Tyran. Let its killers bear the memory of it. They will be called Tyranids. The wind carried the word away over the corpse land. Vale repeated it under his breath and felt its ugliness settle in him like lead. Tyranids, a name born from a grave. They returned to the shuttle at once. No prayers for the dead were spoken beyond the curt necessities. No time was spent in funerary rite. Kryptman strode to the comms throne, stripped off one gauntlet, and began dictating orders with such speed that the attending astropath nearly failed to keep pace. Priority Extremis, to the realm of Ultramar, to Lord Macragga, to Marneus Augustus Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines. Confirm receipt by all available channels. His jaw tightened. World Tyran lost in totality to previously unknown xeno species of hive organism configuration. Repeat, totality. Enemy exhibits planetary consumption capability. Engagement pattern suggests massed void organisms, atmospheric seeding, surface predation, and biomass extraction via organic transfer structures. All regional commands are to initiate emergency surveillance of fringe systems and prepare for extinction-scale incursion. The astropath's blind eyes bled as he took the transmission into himself. His lips trembled around the words. Vale watched, feeling the ship itself grow colder. Kryptman did not soften a syllable. He sent additional bursts to nearby commands, to naval pickets, to ordo cells, to Mechanicus observation posts. He demanded fleet readiness, strategic revision, and immediate recognition that the Imperium had encountered not another border nuisance, but an existential enemy. He used that phrase once only. Existential enemy. Then he moved on, because even language was to be rationed under emergency conditions. Vale stood beside him, codex in hand, and understood in that moment the first true shape of his master's cruelty. Kryptman had looked upon a dead world and learned from it faster than he had grieved for it. Not because he was unfeeling. Vale knew better than that. The Inquisitor did feel, but his feelings had long since been chained, flensed, and made subordinate to utility. Where another man might have stood among Tyran's remains and cursed the darkness, Kryptman had already turned the darkness into instruction. It was monstrous. It was also, Vale feared, necessary. The astropath cried out as the final pulse went into the warp. Blood ran down his chin. The chamber lamps flickered. Before Vale could move, a bridge officer called from the auger station. "My lord, long-range contact." Kryptman turned. "Clarify." The officer's face had gone the color of old parchment. "Passive returns only. Very faint. Beyond the outer debris halo. Multiple masses. No transponder. No known Imperial profile." "Magnify." The main hololith shuddered into life above the bridge dais. At first, Vale saw nothing but static bloom and the cold clutter of distant wreckage. Then the machine spirit resolved the returns into a field of dim, shifting silhouettes far beyond Tyrann's corpse orbit. They were not stars. They moved against the stars. There were too many to count. Some were vast enough that the eye rebelled against scale, long and swollen and wrong, shaped like living weapons drifting through the dark toward the system's grave. Others clustered around them in lesser shoals, attendant shapes within a migrating shadow. They did not burn with drive signatures like honest ships. They glided with the awful organic patience of predators who already knew the prey could not flee. No one spoke. The bridge seemed to constrict around that vision. The air tasted of copper, sanctified oils, and rising fear. Vale looked from the hololith to Kryptman. The Inquisitor did not flinch. His face became more severe, more still, as if every uncertainty in him had just been burned away by what the augurs revealed. Tyran had not been a singular calamity. It had been a herald world, the first mouthful. "Set immediate departure," Kryptman said. "We leave nothing more to learn from this grave." Then, after the smallest pause, as the void beyond filled with those impossible shadows, he added in a voice that might have been intended only for himself, and yet carried to every soul on the bridge, "This is not an invasion." His gaze remained fixed on the dark. "It is a consumption." By the time the warning from Tyran reached Macragge, it had already passed through too many minds that could not wholly believe it. Astropaths had screamed it through the warp, with blood running from their nostrils and smoke crawling from the corners of their sanctums. Naval Command had received it in broken packets, each one stamped with inquisitorial priority and the authority of a man not known for hysteria. Pickets along the eastern marches had relayed augur ghosts and frightened conjecture. Merchant captains, chartists, and adepts of the fleet had added their own lesser fragments. Worlds gone silent, stations found empty, transit corridors haunted by strange debris fields, and the spoor of passage that matched no Xenos breed, yet entered into the archives of the Imperium. On Macragge, none of that mattered half so much as the seal upon the message and the name attached to it. Marneus Augustus Calgar received the transmission within the strategium of the fortress of Hera, beneath banners that had seen 10,000 years of war, and beneath the cold light of lumen globes that burned without flicker over polished stone. He stood at the center of the chamber, like a living monument wrought in cobalt and gold, broad enough in his warplate that lesser men seemed diminished in his gravity. Around him were gathered captains of the chapter, masters of the fleet, and officers of Ultramar, whose lives had been spent in the governance of worlds that prided themselves on order, discipline, and the measured superiority of civilization over barbarism. The astropathic rendering of Kryptman's warning finished in a wash of static and the smell of burnt incense. Silence followed. Calgar did not permit that silence to stretch into uncertainty. "Summon Battlefleet Tempestus to full readiness," he said. The order fell into the chamber with the weight of law. No one spoke against it. None asked whether the report from Tyran might be exaggeration or error. That was one of the differences between weak rulers and strong ones, Vale thought later. The weak delayed because they dreaded the cost of being wrong. The strong acted because they understood the cost of hesitation. Within hours, Macragge changed. Its ports became furnaces of purpose. Orbital docks that had slept in peacetime routine thundered with the movement of munitions trains, promethium tenders, and labor battalions driven to near collapse beneath the barking of officers and the crack of electro-lashes. Battlefleet Tempestus gathered in rising steel tides above the world, its warships forming into readiness squadrons beneath the watch of the chapter serfs and naval masters who knew they were preparing not for border suppression or punitive compliance, but for a contest the language of doctrine had not yet learned to describe. Every vessel that could carry guns, fuel, bodies, foodstuffs, machine parts, or ammunition was weighed for use. Merchant hulls were seized under emergency writ and stripped of commercial markings. Civilian bulk transports were reconfigured into supply carriers. Ore barges were armored where time allowed. Their captains protested until they stood in the shadow of the chapter's authority, after which protest became obedience. Across the realm of Ultramar, fortress worlds were raised to war footing with Roman severity and pitiless exactitude. Garrisons doubled watches. Defensive lattices were tested. Macro-cannon silos were opened. Void shields were blessed and calibrated. Civil defense cadres were armed and drilled until their hands bled on their weapons. No gesture was theatrical. No labor was wasted. Macraga did not panic. It prepared. When Kryptman arrived in person, he came lean with exhaustion and smelling faintly of sea rot and burned machine oil, as though Tyrann's corpse still clung to his robes. Severian Vale walked one pace behind him through the fortress of Hera, conscious at every moment that he was passing into a different order of war. The Ultramarines who guarded the halls did not posture. Their discipline was too complete for pageantry. They stood immovable in cobalt plate, helms under one arm or locked in place, their gene-forged faces stern and cut as though from old marble. Mortal officers moved around them with quiet haste, never loose, never disordered, every one of them reflecting the culture of a realm that had not forgotten how empire was made. Kryptman seemed not at all impressed. He entered the strategium with the stride of a man coming to an execution he had already calculated in full. Calgar stood waiting with his captains, the chamber's great hololithic projector throwing ghostlight across their armor. Fleet dispositions, system charts, and half-formed threat vectors turned in blue fire above the floor. Vale felt the pressure of presence in that room as a physical force. The Ultramarines were not merely large, they were focused. Every warrior there seemed to contain violence behind his stillness, like a reactor sealed in ceramite. Calgar inclined his head the bare degree courtesy demanded. Inquisitor Kryptman, Chapter Master, you have seen the enemy. I have seen what remains after it feeds. Calgar's gaze did not wander. Speak. Kryptman did, not as a prophet, not as a man who had looked upon the abyss and wished others to share his dread. He spoke as though reading casualty tallies and projected resource loss from a campaign already in progress. Tyrann's destruction was rendered in cold segments: atmospheric contamination, spore descent, surface predation, biomass extraction, void-scale organisms of impossible tonnage, strategic cohesion among lesser forms, evidence of adaptive pressure, evidence of command hierarchy, evidence of intent beyond mere animal feeding. He used no dramatic flourish. He described digestion pits with the same tone he used for orbital threat vectors. He described oceans boiled by descending organisms with the same restraint a quartermaster might use in accounting for damaged stores. Vale watched the faces around the chamber. Mortal officers grew paler as the picture assembled. The Ultramarines did not pale, yet neither were they untouched. They absorbed the scale of it in silence, each in his own way. To hear Kryptman was to understand that the enemy was not raiding the Imperium's fringes. It was learning how to eat it. One of the senior captains stepped closer to the hololith. His voice was deep, formal, controlled. If this Xenos swarm acts through central will, then decapitation remains sound doctrine. Fleet interception, break the largest biovessels, disrupt command, destroy the rest in detail. Kryptman turned his head slightly. If. The captain's eyes narrowed. Calgar cut across the growing tension with a gesture. You judge otherwise. I judge that anything capable of stripping a world to mineral waste does not present a single failure point, because such a weakness would be unworthy of its design. Kryptman's gaze moved across the assembled warriors. You may kill great portions of it. You may even break an attacking mass. But while one feeder survives, one spawning organism, one command beast hidden beneath layers of expendable flesh. The thing continues, and every battle it survives teaches it. The strategium dimmed as new signals entered the hololith. Long-range auger contacts, ghost signatures, increasing mass, behemoth. The word passed between officers and serfs in tones 1 degree above a whisper. Not a formal designation yet. More a title forced into being by size alone. Vale watched as fleet icons multiplied on the display until Macragge's orbit seemed crowded with blue and green layers of imperial disposition, set against a growing bruise of crimson that spread like spilled blood across the stars. Battlefleet Tempestus moved to meet it. The first void engagements began far beyond the world, where distance still permitted the illusion that war could be contained by geometry. Cruisers of the fleet formed firing lines, escorts screening their flanks, while requisitioned hulls labored behind them under the burden of shells, fuel, replacement parts, and men. Attack craft screamed from launch bays in disciplined waves. Torpedo spreads ignited void dark into lethal corridors. The first Tyranid bioships came on without signal lights, without hails, without any concession to the communicative customs of intelligent war. They came like diseased moons, driven by hunger. Vale witnessed the opening exchange from an observation chapel aboard a fleet command vessel. The armored shutter ports were open to the void, and beyond them he saw lances strike the leading mass with sunlight brilliance, carving incandescent wounds along plated hide thicker than fortress walls. Great eruptions of flesh and vapor burst from the enemy. Fire crawled over Chitin mountains. For a heartbeat, he believed no living craft could withstand such punishment. Then the wounded thing came on. More followed behind it, not in neat battle lines, but in a pressure so vast that tactics seemed in danger of suffocating beneath it. Organisms broke apart under bombardment and still drifted close enough to unleash swarms of lesser beasts, boarding spores, and corrosive projectiles that splashed across void shields in fountains of green venom and luminous rot. Merchant hulls pressed into service died by the score, breaking open in silent blossoms that spun frozen bodies into the dark. Escorts were crushed beneath sheer mass, bitten in half by feeder moors large enough to engulf gun decks. Naval crews fought and died with magnificent courage, and still the red cloud thickened. Behemoth nearly broke the line in the first hours by nothing more complicated than scale. Only the preparation of Macragge kept annihilation from becoming rout. Calgar's reserves entered at the exact moment pressure began to tell. Reserve squadrons drove into gaps before panic could widen them. Damaged warships were scuttled rather than allowed to drift as obstacles. Boarding actions were met by counterboarding in corridors that became abattoirs of bolt detonation, acidic blood, and hand-to-hand killing where even Astartes could vanish beneath a flood of alien bodies. And beneath the void war, the worlds of Ultramar braced for the next blow. When the ground assaults began, they came with the same obscene abundance. Spores rained from the heavens in clouds so thick they blotted sun and auspex alike. Defense lasers cut glowing wounds through the descent, but never enough. Macro batteries fired until their barrels glowed. Fortress lines opened in sheets of disciplined death. Men and Astartes alike held the walls with all the cold nobility the Imperium could still produce. The Tyranids came through it as a sea comes through stone. At the polar fortress, kill zones designed over centuries to reap invaders by the million clogged with bodies faster than crews could clear them. Organisms hurled themselves into wire, mines, and interlocking gunfire without the slightest regard for cost. The dead became ramps for the living. Corridors within the fortress ran slick beneath boots as blood, rendered flesh, and alien ichor mixed into a paste the color of old liver. Heavy bolters fired until the chambers smoked and the floors were buried in shell casings. Flamers turned tunnels into furnace throats, only for fresh horrors to crawl through the ashes of their own kind. Vale moved through the inner redoubts in Kryptman's shadow, while Ultramarines fought in ranks as exact as liturgy. He saw one veteran sergeant lose an arm at the shoulder, transfer his bolt gun to the remaining hand, and continue issuing range corrections in a voice calm enough for parade drill. He saw tactical squads seal breaches with their own bodies, forming human walls of ceramite and discipline, while mortal defenders fired between them. He saw apothecaries kneel amid heaps of ruined armor and torn limbs, extracting gene seed from the dead, while the living battled over them. There was something terrible in the beauty of it. Duty given flesh, purpose made incarnate. Kryptman saw it too, and took from it an altogether different lesson. During one lull measured only by the slowing of fresh screams, Vale stood in a command transit chamber, while Calgar and Kryptman faced one another across a hololithic projection stained by static and battle interference. Alarm klaxons throbbed somewhere beyond the walls. Dust drifted from the ceiling with each distant impact. "We hold because we must," Calgar said. His voice was iron. "Because behind these walls are worlds that yet live." Kryptman's expression did not change. "You hold because you chose what to lose in time." Calgar's eyes hardened. "Say what you mean, Inquisitor." Kryptman stepped closer to the hololith. Red icons flared where outer bastions had fallen. Blue lights guttered and vanished. "Victory against this enemy will never belong to the force most brave, nor the force most righteous. It will belong to the force willing to burn first. Ships, cities, populations, worlds, if need demands it. Everything else is sentiment disguised as strategy." Several captains stiffened at that, but Calgar did not look away. "There is no honor in waste. There is no survival in hesitation." A tremor passed through the chamber as something vast struck the fortress exterior. Calgar answered in the same measured tone, but Vale heard the anger beneath it, banked and disciplined like a reactor shielded under adamant. "The Imperium does not endure by arithmetic alone." Kryptman's reply was softer, and therefore worse. "No, it endures because men of honor pay the bill for calculations others lack the will to make." For a moment, Vale thought one of them might draw steel, not in madness, but in absolute conviction. Yet both were too disciplined for that weakness. Calgar turned back to the battle display. "Macraga will hold," he said. Kryptman inclined his head a fraction. "Then learn from what it costs you." The polar fortress became a sepulchre of heroes. Hour by hour its galleries, bastions, and arming halls were contested, retaken, drowned, reconsecrated in blood, and contested again. Veteran ultramarines died in places where their predecessors had once stood against traitors and greenskins and all the old darknesses of the age. Some fell in firing stances, armor locked hard as statues, their bodies unable to topple because the heaps of dead around them held them upright. Some died upon stairways so choked with alien corpses that they seemed enthroned upon butchered mountains. Banners burned, marble cracked, reliquaries split under claw and shell. The dead of Macraga joined the stone saints of its history, not in sculpture, but in frozen attitudes of sacrifice so terrible that even Vale, hardened by long service, felt as though he walked through the innermost vault of some war god's cathedral. At last, by fleet action, by ground action, by disciplined ferocity and loss beyond comfortable counting, Behemoth was broken. The great swarm did not fall cleanly. It came apart in spasms of violence that lasted long after strategic victory had been declared. Isolated organisms still killed in vents, maintenance shafts, ruined hab blocks, crater fields, and shattered hangars. Void remnants drifted burning into the atmosphere or collapsed in toxic ruin upon ice and stone. But its central mass was undone. Its pressure eased. Its hunger was, for the moment, denied. There was no rejoicing worthy of the word. Macraga burned funeral pyres instead. They rose in lines beyond the fortress precincts, vast processional fires beneath a sky still stained by battle smoke. The dead of the chapter were honored with all the solemnity their station demanded.
Mortal soldiers, naval crews, bondsmen, laborers, and militia-fed pyres no less hungry for being more anonymous. Incense mingled with the stink of promethium and burned flesh. Chaplains intoned. Priests muttered litanies to the emperor over mountains of loss, so broad language failed before it. Vale stood apart with Kryptman upon a high terrace, overlooking the pyres and the scarred reaches beyond. The wind was colder here. It carried ash over the stones, like grey snow. "It is done," Vale said at length, though the words felt foolish, even as he spoke them. Kryptman watched the fires. "No. Behemoth is broken. One tendril, one swarm, one lesson." He folded his hands behind his back. "They will call this victory. They will commemorate courage, and they will be right to do so. They will count the dead, rebuild walls, honor names, replenish fleets. They will speak of endurance and sacrifice, and the unconquerable spirit of man." His mouth hardened, and most of them will still not understand what stood before them. Vale looked at the pyres, at the immense toll bought by one battle, and felt the old chill from Tyrant return. Kryptman's eyes remained fixed on the flames, as though reading auguries in them. "Mercy," he said, almost to himself, "is a tactical disease against such a foe." Vale said nothing. There was nothing fit to say. Below them, the pyres of MacGregor climbed higher into the night, and above them, the void waited in its silence, vast enough to hide 1,000 more.
Hungers. By the time Severian Vale returned to the service of Fidus Kryptman, the flesh he wore belonged as much to alchemy and discipline as it did to nature. The decades between Tyran and Tarsis Ultra had carved him down, remade him, and then preserved what remained through the stern artifices of Juvenat treatments, augmetic corrections, and the pitiless habits of men who endured only because they made endurance a sacrament. His hair, once dark, now carried threads of iron at the temples. Fine scars ran from the left corner of his mouth into the hollow beneath his jaw, where a splinter round from a heretic war on Gathalamor had once shattered bone and nearly taken his tongue with it. One eye had been replaced with a polished augmetic orb of muted green that drank lumen light and cast it back in a flat machine glimmer. His hands were older than the rest of him, the skin drawn tight over sinew and knuckle, stained by seal wax, gun oils, and old blood that no scrubbing had ever fully removed. Kryptman looked almost unchanged. That, more than anything else, chilled Vale when he crossed the threshold of the Strategium on Tarsis Ultra and saw the Inquisitor standing beneath a hovering hololith of the Eastern Galactic Marches. Time had paired Kryptman rather than weakened him. He seemed leaner now, narrower in the face, the lines around his eyes cut deeper, but the gaze itself remained what it had always been, cold, exact, without indulgence. A blade worn to finer sharpness. The chamber around them was a hive of ordered strain. Officers of the Planetary Defense Force moved between tactical lecterns carrying slates and sealed dispatch tubes. Naval lieutenants stood under projected threat cones, arguing over void lanes and orbital timings in clipped, disciplined bursts. Astropaths sat hooded in their sanctified alcoves, pale and shaking after fresh transmissions from doomed worlds. Red-robed adepts of the Mechanicus fed streams of data into humming cogitator stacks, while servo skulls drifted above them, their parchment trails whispering in the recycled air. Through armored viewports high in the chamber walls, Vale could see the gun spires and shield arrays of Tarsis Ultra's primary defense bastions standing beneath a sky the color of old steel. Below the galactic plane, the hololith showed a darkness pushing upward like a spear driven through flesh. Leviathan. It had not come as Behemoth had come, broad and blunt, and roaring its hunger from the void's edge. This new horror had risen from beneath, from regions imperial charts marked in ignorance, from the black underbelly of the galaxy, where light itself seemed reluctant to travel. It came upward in tendrils, in multiple massive thrusts, as if some abyssal beast had thrust several feeding tongues through the stars at once. Kryptman was speaking when Vale entered, and the years between them vanished in the sound of that voice. "Barbarous Prime is already lost," he said. There was no drama in the statement. He might have been reading a quartermaster's inventory. The world floated on the hololith for a moment, a pale green sphere marked by manufactoria sigils, grain belt zones, sea lanes, population estimates. Then a red shadow flowed over it. Data columns began to die. Atmospheric stability collapsed. Biomass estimates plunged. The globe dimmed to dead grey. One of the PDF kernels crossed himself. An ultramarine standing near the central projection did not move at all. He wore the blue of the chapter, with the upright poise of a statue carved for war, his face bare, stern, and younger than the veterans who had stood with Calgar on Macraga, though no less disciplined for that. A red-crested helm hung mag-locked at his hip. His expression carried something rare in men shaped for battle by the gene lords of the Imperium. Not softness, never that, but humanity left intact beneath the ceramite and doctrine. Captain Uriel Ventris. Vale knew the name before he heard it spoken. One did not serve near Ultramar for decades without learning the names of its brighter blades. Kryptman saw Vale and gave the slightest nod. Nothing warmer would ever pass for welcome with him. "You are late," he said. "The storm over Calth delayed planetary transfer," Vale replied. "Then the storm has wasted hours." It was as close to reunion as either of them would admit. Ventris glanced once at Vale, took in the inquisitorial sigils, the augmetic eye, the years, and returned his attention to the display. His voice, when he spoke, held the severe, resonant cadence of an ultramarine officer. Barbarous Prime was a hard world, defended, fortified. It should have bloodied the swarm longer. Kryptman did not look at him. It did. That is irrelevant. A figure of red brass and lacquered steel unfolded from a shadowed recess near the rear cogitator stacks. Mechadendrites clicked and tasted the air with sensory veins. The face was mostly gone now, replaced by a polished cranial mask from which two augmented eyes glowed a dim and clinical amber. "Correction," intoned Magos biologist Lokar. "It is not irrelevant. It is instructive. Delay provides adaptation interval, attrition modeling, and physiological sample yield." Vale felt a faint stirring of old disgust. He remembered Locard from prior investigations into xenos and aberrant forms. The Magos had always spoken of living horrors the way a vintner might speak of grapes, with professional interest and no reverence at all for the agony involved. Locard extended a mechadendrite toward the projection. Glyphs bloomed around Leviathan's rising shape. Each consumed biosphere increases enemy mass reserve, genetic inventory, and responsive variability. Stated in reduced terms, every world fed to the swarm makes the swarm larger and less stupid. A grim little smile touched Kryptman's mouth. "For once, Magos, your obscenity is also clarity." That drew the attention of the naval master commanding the defense fleet around Tarsis Ultra, Admiral Tiberius. He was a hard-faced man with white at his temples and the deeply engraved expression of one who had spent his life giving calm orders while ships burned around him. "We are not feeding Tarsis Ultra to anyone," Tiberius said. "My fleet will strike the vanguard as it enters the outer approaches. We can bleed it before it grounds." Kryptman turned toward him. "You can wound it. I can do more than wound it. You can kill millions of organisms, perhaps billions. You can destroy feeder craft, cripple larger void beasts, maybe even break a spear tip if the Emperor grants you flawless timing and the enemy commits precisely where you wish it to. Then the rest will descend elsewhere, consume more, and return in greater number for the lesson." Kryptman pointed to the dead grey sphere of Barbarous Prime. "Every world devoured is not merely a loss. It is fuel, meat, thought, growth, memory. The swarm does not spend bodies the way men spend bodies. It invests them. The word lingered over the chamber like a foul perfume. Ventress stepped forward, eyes on the dark swelling beneath the galactic plane. Then we deny it the feast. We hold here. We strike hard. We cut away its synapse beasts where we find them and force it into confusion. Kryptman's gaze shifted to him. That is an admirable battlefield doctrine, Captain. It is not strategy. Ventress met him without flinching. Strategy that begins with surrendering worlds ceases to be strategy. It becomes cowardice dressed as logic. Several mortals in the chamber went still. To speak that way to Kryptman required either suicidal pride or perfect conviction. In Ventress, it was the latter. Kryptman's face did not alter. I was on Tyran, and I was on worlds you wrote off without standing upon them first. Ventress spoke with the cold restraint of a son of Gilliman, but there was heat underneath it, caged and controlled. I know what the enemy is. I also know what it is to command men whose lives are not numbers on a slate. Locard clicked softly, perhaps in amusement, perhaps in data appraisal. It was impossible to tell. The first void clash at Tarsis Ultra came before the Council had finished. Warnings rolled through the strategium, in tones so measured they sounded almost gentle. Contact runes flashed over the hololith. Tiberius's ships moved outward in layered attack lines, squadrons peeling away to form concentric firing arcs. The enemy signatures entering the system were not the full enormity of Leviathan, only a forward mass, a hungry claw feeling for purchase. It was enough to turn the void into murder. Tarsis Ultra's defense monitors opened fire first, lances stabbing into the darkness. Then the fleet joined them. Nova cannon shells went shrieking through vacuum and burst among the leading bioships in suns of white force. Vale watched entire sections of the enemy boil apart under concentrated macro-cannon broadsides. Enormous organisms split open, venting clouds of internal fluid and shrieking lesser things into the dark. One bio-vessel detonated so violently that fragments the size of cathedrals spun flaming into the upper atmosphere. For a moment, the bridge crews around Tiberius allowed themselves the dangerous sensation of hope. Then more contacts surfaced below the first, then more again. The red icon field thickened until it seemed not a fleet, but a migration of living moons. Wounds closed on some of the lesser beasts, even as guns tore them open. Boarding spores vomited from ruptured flanks in swarms vast enough to mimic debris clouds. Acid projectiles burst against void shields with corrosive brilliance. One escort squadron vanished almost at once, its ships wreathed in tendrils and feeder moors before their distress signals had fully left the Vox. Tiberius's opening strike won them something, a measurable kill, a momentary thinning of the vanguard. It also revealed the scale of what was behind it, and that revelation had the quality of blasphemy. Vale saw men on the strategium deck, looking at the display as if the human mind possessed no proper cavity in which to store such magnitude. Kryptman, of course, only watched. By the time the first engagement ebbed, Barbarous Prime was a dead cinder on every board in the chamber, and Cordelis glowed next in Leviathan's likely path. That was when the War Council became a battlefield of another kind. Exterminatus, Kryptman said. The chamber recoiled. Even on Tarsis Ultra, with Leviathan hanging beneath the stars like the underside of doom, the word struck men in the soul. Cordelis was no empty outpost. It held cities, agri-complexes, shrine enclaves, manufactoria, orbital depots, billions. Vale watched the faces of officers and commanders as the arithmetic reached them. Tiberius spoke first. Absolutely not. Kryptman did not raise his voice. If Cordelis remains intact when the swarm falls upon it, you will feed the enemy another world and gain a larger war in return. Burn it now. Deny the biomass. Deny the infrastructure. Deny the growth. Ventress took one step toward the center of the chamber, not threatening, but unyielding.
No. All attention turned to him. The captain of the 4th Company of the Ultramarines stood in the harsh hololithic light, with the grave composure only an Astartes could make seem effortless. There are still evacuation routes. There are still fleet assets. There are still guns to place in orbit and men to put behind walls. Kryptman's eyes narrowed by a degree. And when those walls fall, then they fall bloodily. Ventress's voice became harder. But not by our hand before the enemy even arrives. Tiberius nodded once. My fleet can interdict around Cordelis while ground extraction proceeds. We can make the world a trap, not a feast. A trap, Kryptman repeated. For whom? The swarm or yourselves? Locard drifted closer, his metal limbs whispering. There is another vector. Kryptman looked to him, not because he trusted the Magos, but because he trusted utility. Locard's oculars brightened. I have studied tissue samples recovered from prior engagements. Lesser organisms display dependence upon upper-order synaptic command for optimal battlefield cohesion. Degradation of that command can induce local inefficiency, reversionary violence, target confusion. A thin metal finger tapped the projection where the broadest clusters of Leviathan pulsed. If a dominant node organism can be identified and reached, biotoxin introduction may produce disproportionate disruption. Tiberius folded his arms. You are speaking of assassination. I am speaking, said Locard, of applied biology. Ventress's gaze sharpened. Can it be done? Locard's head inclined by the smallest margin. With suitable specimens, sufficient laboratory protection, and warriors capable of insertion into an active Xenos mass, the probability of partial success exceeds insignificance. There it was. The impossible compromise men reached for when the alternative was either atrocity or surrender. Kryptman saw it happen in their eyes before anyone spoke it aloud. Hope, thin as paper and twice as flammable, rose in the chamber. Cordelis could be held. Civilians could be pulled off-world in increments. The fleet could delay. The Ultramarines could strike at the swarm's higher command. Locard could fashion a poison fit for nightmare anatomy. A third path, a noble path, a path that still required men to die in unholy numbers, but not yet by imperial decree. Ventress turned toward Kryptman. There, you have your strategy. Strike where it thinks itself strongest. Save what can be saved while doing it. Kryptman regarded him for a long moment. Vale knew that look. It was the expression Kryptman wore when he encountered bravery he respected and judgment he did not. At last, he inclined his head. Very well. The words seemed to release the room. Officers exhaled. Tiberius began issuing rapid fleet amendments to his staff. Ventress turned at once toward his own duties, already speaking to serfs and lieutenants about strike readiness, insertion windows, and target intelligence. Locard's mechadendrites unfurled in brisk satisfaction as he began dictating requests for containment chambers, vivisection benches, and toxin synthesis apparatus. Vale alone, perhaps, understood that Kryptman had not yielded. He had only stepped back. The strategium emptied by degrees until only the two of them remained near the dimming hololith. Cordelis turned slowly above them, still alive, still full of unburned cities and unwarned billions. You mean to let them try? Vale said quietly. Kryptman clasped his hands behind his back. Of course. You think it will fail. I think men prefer to exhaust every noble alternative before accepting the ugly necessity that should have come first. Vale studied the dead calm of his master's profile. And when their compromise costs more worlds? Kryptman looked up at the rising shadow of Leviathan as it climbed from the underdark of the galaxy like something dredged from the bottom of creation. When hesitation kills, he said, it calls itself honor. He did not speak again for several breaths. Then his voice became softer still and far more dangerous. Treachery, at least,
has the virtue of efficiency. The first spores fell on Tarsis Ultra like a second weather. They came through the upper cloud layers in drifting curtains at first, pale as disease and almost beautiful in their descent, each one turning slowly in the polluted light above the hives and agri-belts. Men on the walls mistook them for ash until the first skin blistered where they landed, until the first sentry clawed at his throat as feeder mycetes burrowed into his lungs, until the first voxnet filled with screams from outer pickets whose positions vanished under white fungal bloom in the span of minutes. Then the sirens began, then the guns opened, then the sky split. Mycetic spores descended in their thousands, in their tens of thousands, pod beasts shrieking through the atmosphere, wreathed in plasma fire and chemical vapor, slamming into plazas, fields, transit causeways, hab clusters, refinery yards, and defense berms with such force that ferrocrete buckled under them like thin ice under a hammer blow. Some burst the instant they struck, spilling packs of gaunts that came low and fast, with scything talons clattering against rockcrete. Others pulsed and split more slowly, disgorging synapse creatures, bio-artillery nodes, or vomiting clouds of lesser organisms that spread through ruins and drainage systems like flesh-borne floodwater. Above them, in the smoke-thick heavens, the orbital war still burned. Lances from Admiral Tiberius's fleet stabbed downward through cloud banks and spore haze to rake descending organisms before they could reach the surface. Defense lasers from bastion platforms answered in blinding columns of blue-white fury. Somewhere beyond sight, void ships died in silence or in detonation, their fragments becoming fresh ruin for whatever waited below. Every few minutes the heavens boomed with impacts so immense that the earth shuddered beneath the feet of men fighting on it, as if the world itself were flinching from the punishment. On the outer defense line east of the Tarsis Ultra Primary Hive, Colonel Vanek of the Tarsis Planetary Defense Force stood in a trench already ankle-deep in mud, blood, and shell fragments, and watched the horizon disappear beneath Chitin. "Hold until the whistle," he barked, though no one would hear a whistle now. The air was one great roar of artillery, lasfire, collapsing masonry, and the shriek of things that had no business possessing voices. "Hold, you bastards! Let them close! Let them close!" His men were white-eyed behind rebreathers and flak helms striped with the grime of sleepless weeks. Some clutched prayer seals to chest plates blackened by old promethium. Others mouthed catechisms without sound, teeth bare in fear. Before them, the killing fields had been measured with all the care imperial doctrine and ultramarian order could provide. Mine belts, razor wire, interlocking heavy bolter nests, pre-sighted artillery coordinates, buried promethium reservoirs rigged to ignite at a spoken command. It should have been enough to break an army. It was not enough to break a tide. The first wave of Hormagaunts struck the minefields and disappeared in dirty blossoms of earth and shredded meat. The second wave ran over the torn pieces of the first without pause. The third came through the smoke, while biovore seed spores arced overhead and burst behind the Imperial line, spawning living artillery mines that bounded screaming into ammunition pits and command dugouts. Gargoyles fell from the murk above, winged silhouettes in clouds of spores, spitting flesh-eating ammunition into the trenches. Termagant fire stitched green splashes across parapets and sent men spinning backward with their faces melted to raw, shining bone. "Now!" Vanek roared. The line fired. Laserguns strobed red in such numbers that the world seemed scored by a horizontal wound of light. Heavy bolters hammered in disciplined bursts. Autocannon rounds tore black lanes through the foremost creatures, punching torsos apart, severing limbs, bursting heads in sprays of dark ichor. Mortar batteries behind the trenches walked fire into the oncoming mass until the earth itself became a flayed red-brown churn of body parts and powdered stone. For a heartbeat, for the length of a desperate man's inhalation, it looked as though doctrine and courage might yet prevail. Then the Carnifexes came through. They burst from the smoke like engines of old wrath, armored skulls lowered, living battering rams plated in ridged chitin that sloughed lass fire and deflected shell splinters with obscene indifference. One struck the line to Vanek's right and simply erased 20 yards of trench, men and sandbags and gun platform alike vanishing under its mass in a single wet crunch. Another took a direct autocannon volley in the face, staggered, bellowed, and kept coming, its tusks and clawed forelimbs red with human pieces before it even reached the parapet. The trench line broke by sections, not all at once. One squad held until its ammunition ran dry, and then died bayoneting gaunts in the throat while they were dragged down and eaten alive. Another fled and was cut apart from behind by a commissarial bolt shell before the swarm reached them. Vanek drew his saber when the first Hormigaunt vaulted into his section of trench and hacked at the thing's neck as though he were cutting through wired muscle and packed cable. Hot alien blood fountained across his faceplate and hissed where it touched his coat. Around him, Tarsis Ultra vanished into apocalypse. Hab blocks in the middle districts collapsed as bioplasma artillery struck their lower levels, folding towers full of screaming civilians into their own foundations. Transit rails twisted and spilled packed evacuation columns from elevated tracks to the streets below, where gaunts fell on them in knotting swarms. Shrine domes burst under spore strikes, their saints' images tumbling through clouds of dust and burning prayer parchments. Entire avenues went black beneath the shadows of descending organisms. The city did not die cleanly. It died by districts, by screaming intersections, by stairwell and underpass and tenement room. And into that death strode the Adeptus Astartes. Captain Uriel Ventris led from the front because he knew no other way to command. His helm lenses burned red through the smoke as he advanced with his battle brothers down the ruptured artery of an administratum boulevard, where the remains of a Hab district still smouldered on either side. Veteran Sergeant Pausanias moved beside him with the heavy certainty of a walking fortress, his gauntleted hands working the triggers of his bolter in calm, murderous rhythm. Around them, the Ultramarines of the 4th Company moved with the measured aggression of the Codex Astartes made flesh, spreading, rejoining, overlapping fields of fire, so that no brother's advance went uncovered. "Left gantry," Ventris voxed. Pausanias was already firing. The burst caught a leaping warrior beast in the thorax and tore it backward in a wet blossom. Another Tyranid, all claws and whip limbs, vaulted from a shattered chem-hauler and landed atop brother Lycaon. Lycaon drove his combat blade up under the thing's jaw while it raked furrows across his chestplate deep enough to flash ceramite sparks. "Forward," Ventris said, not shouted, not thundered, spoken with absolute certainty. The squad obeyed as one body. Bolt rounds detonated through gaunt skulls and burst their spines in sprays of bone splinters and steaming ichor. A flamer brother swept a loading bay entrance, where termagants clustered in such density that the burst of sacred fire seemed to hit a wall of meat. The creatures burned, shrieking, and those behind climbed over the blackening bodies of their kin until Pausanias reduced the heap to pulped ruin with disciplined volleys. There was nothing soft in Ventris's compassion. Vale watched him from the rear command line at one point through magnocular relay and understood that more clearly than ever. Ventris did not spare his men the hardest road because he cherished them. He led them down it first because he believed duty had to wear a human face before others could be asked to follow. When a PDF barricade buckled ahead of him, he did not order mortals to stand while the Astartes regrouped. He and his brothers charged into the breach, shoulder to shoulder, becoming the wall themselves, while the guardsmen fell back, reloaded, rallied, and returned to the fire line behind them. That was what Kryptman despised, and in some buried corner of himself, perhaps even respected. It was heroism as contagion, courage made visible, the sort of thing that saved cities in the short term and condemned sectors in the long one.
While men died by the 100,000 in the hives, magos biologis locar labored below the surface in a sanctum of brass, polished steel, and forbidden meat. The laboratory had once been an underhive medici annex. Now its operating theatres held dissected Tyranid organisms bolted to racks beneath lumen arrays so bright they turned blood black. Servo arms descended and withdrew in precise ritual. Mechadendrites tasted fluids, scraped tissue, sampled glands, and pierced nerve bundles with slivers of sanctified alloy. Vats throbbed with nutrient gel in which lesser organisms floated in sections, their organs still pulsing even after separation. Cherub-faced servitors wheeled in canisters of reagents, while tech adepts in crimson hooding chanted correctionals to machine spirits burdened with obscene work. Vale found Locard there with the Norn toxin spread in component sequences across 3 hovering display fields. "You have made a poison," Vale said. Locard's cranial mask inclined. "A reduction. Poison implies superstition." Beyond the magos, strapped within a restraint frame, a captured warrior organism twitched as injection probes entered and withdrew from its torso. Its limbs had been sawn away. Its secondary heart still beat. Locard extended a thin metal finger toward a cluster of moving chemical formulae. "The target is not random lethality. The target is sovereign collapse. Higher synapse matrices dictate local coherence through hormone vectors, neural harmonics, and signal transduction beyond current human replication. One cannot simply slay such an organism as one slays an ox. One must induce command failure at the level of sacred design." Vale looked from the magos to the twitching xenos on the slab. "And that is what you call this?" Locard's voice lost what little warmth machine modulation had ever allowed it. "This is surgical blasphemy in service to doctrinal necessity. It is a correction made against a hostile anatomy by means of superior comprehension." He depressed a rune. The captive Tyranid convulsed so hard the restraint frame screamed. Its thorax split along a seam Locard had already mapped and tagged. Glands burst. Filaments blackened. The creature's head reared back in silent agony as its nervous system unraveled from the inside. Locard observed with something close to devotional focus. "Better," he said. "Still inelegant, but better." Kryptman entered without announcing himself. Even here, beneath the hive, with air thick from preservative vapors and cauterized meat, the Inquisitor seemed carved from colder matter than the rest of them. "How long?" he asked. "Hours," said Locard. "Perhaps less, if I discard restraint protocols." Kryptman's eyes shifted to Vale, then back to the suspended toxin arrays. "We are wasting those hours." "The fleet still holds Cordellis's evacuation lanes," Vale said. "Ventress believes the strike can break the swarm's coherence before the ground war is lost." "Ventress believes much." Kryptman approached the display fields and read them with a speed that suggested genuine understanding rather than mere impatience. "One unburned world today is another million organisms tomorrow." Vale kept his face carefully empty. "You have made that argument already. And still I am required to repeat truths, as though repetition might sweeten them." Above, something titanic struck the underhive superstructure. Dust sifted from the ceiling in pale drifts. Locard completed the final sequencing in silence. Then one mechadendrite lowered a crystal ampule into a lead-lined reliquary case. The fluid within was almost clear. It seemed too pure, too delicate, too clean to belong in a war such as this. "There," said the magos, "a sacrament for the Queen." They found the Norn chamber through slaughter. A Death Watch kill team joined Ventress's strike force at the entrance to the capillary subtunnels where Auspex returns and Locard's vile calculus had placed the dominant synapse mass. They were hard men from hard chapters, their black armor silvered at the shoulder and scarred by old service across a dozen alien hells. One carried a heavy flamer whose muzzle was crusted with carbon and dried Xeno's gore. Another bore an enormous power blade, etched with kill tally marks, so old some had been nearly worn smooth. Their watch sergeant, a son of dawn by his diction and his carved, pitiless face, looked upon Ventress with curt approval, and Kryptman with none at all. "We cut to the heart," the sergeant said. Ventress nodded. "We cut fast." Kryptman handed the reliquary to Ventress himself. "Do not fail." Ventress took it with open contempt for the tone, but not for the necessity. "Hold the surface long enough for us to reach it." Kryptman's answer was dry as old parchment. "I will hold what matters." Then the strike force descended. The tunnels beneath the spawning grounds did not resemble any natural underworld. They were too wet, too warm, too deliberately obscene. Walls flexed under touch. Veins pulsed in translucent clusters just beneath membranous surfaces. Viscous fluid ran in channels along the floor, mingling with blood, dissolved flesh, and the remains of things half digested and still twitching. The air was dense with the copper stink of birthing matter and the sweet rot reek of processed corpses. Every few moments some distant contraction shuddered through the architecture, as though the entire labyrinth were an organ in labor. The first brood fell on them from the ceiling. Genestealers hit like hurled knives. One Deathwatch veteran lost half his faceplate and most of the flesh beneath it to the first slash, and still killed his attacker by driving his combat blade through its eye socket and into the wall beyond. Another was dragged bodily from the formation into a side tube lined with pulsing nodules. His brothers heard him firing for 3 more seconds before the sound ended in a wet crunch. Ventress cut 2 creatures from the back of Pausanias in an explosion of bolter fire and sweeping gladius strokes, the power blade's edge hissing as it passed through alien ribs and organ sacs. They pressed deeper. There were birthing chambers where sacs the size of tanks split and vomited slick, gaunt forms directly onto the floor to scrabble toward the fight. There were digestion galleries where human remains floated in enzyme pools, armor plates and skulls bobbing amid liquefied meat. There were feeder shrines of a kind, if blasphemy could be called shrine work, in which the remains of devoured defenders had been packed into walls like mortar and were being slowly drawn into the vascular channels around them. The hive mind had no aesthetics, yet its industry made of horror something almost liturgical in repetition. Pausanias planted melter charges in a sphincter door the size of a bunker gate. "Stand clear!" The blast tore the organic barrier inward in a fountain of burning slime and
half-cooked flesh. Beyond lay the chamber of the Norn Queen. Even the Astartes paused. The creature dominated the cavern like a malignant cathedral. She was fused into the chamber's far wall and floor by ridged meat pillars, her body vast beyond reason, heavy with spawning sacs and armored crests, crowned by a head too regal for any beast and too monstrous for any rightful sovereign. Feeder tendrils shivered from her jaw. Her abdomen pulsed with hideous life. Around her clustered guards, warriors, and lesser attendants, moving with frantic purpose beneath the glare of the intruder's lamps. The chamber reacted instantly. Psychic pressure hit like a physical blow. Several mortal attendants of the strike force, stormtroopers seconded for demolition and sample retrieval, screamed as blood ran from their noses and ears. The Queen's defenders came in a wave that turned the chamber mouth into a grinder of armor and claws. "On me!" Ventress ordered. He led the charge into that hell with the reliquary case, mag locked to his breast, and death pouring around him in sheets. Bolt rounds detonated across warrior creatures close enough that their ichor sheeted over his helm. A lash whip wrapped around one Deathwatch brother's throat and dragged him off his feet. Pausanias severed it with 2 swings of his power sword, and then took a talon strike across the torso that would have disemboweled a dreadnought. The black-armored watch sergeant drove straight for the Queen's nearest guard beast, power blade hammering against its chest plate until the edge punched through, and the thing came apart around him. Vale remained outside the chamber with Kryptman and the command relay, listening to the vox become murder in his ear. Left flank collapsing. Charge spent. Blade work. Brother down. Gene seed. Gene seed. Move. Move. Then Ventress's voice, hard and level amid the carnage. To the Queen. He and Pausanias broke through by inches paid for in bodies. A warrior impaled one of the stormtroopers and tore him in half at the spine. A Deathwatch flamer washed an entire birthing cluster in white fire and was then buried under leaping gaunts before he could reset his stance. Ventress vaulted a mound of torn organisms, hit the Queen's lower carapace, drove his gladius into a seam to anchor himself, and climbed through a hail of spines and thrashing appendages toward the pulsing sac layers beneath her thorax. The Queen screamed then, not with lungs, with the mind. Across the surface war, men faltered. Pilots clenched teeth until gums bled. Priests dropped to one knee mid-prayer. In the underhive, Vale felt his augmetic eye twitch and glitch against the psychic blow. Beside him, Kryptman did not move at all. Ventress tore the reliquary free and plunged the injector deep. Locard's sacrament vanished into the Queen's flesh. For one suspended moment, nothing happened. Then the Norn Queen convulsed. Her body reared against the fleshy pylons that anchored her. Sacs burst in chains of rupture. Black fluid sheeted across the chamber. The warrior guards below her spasmed as though their strings had been cut and then retied badly. One turned and tore into its own broodmate. Another simply froze while Pausanias split it open from collar to pelvis. Vein clusters along the walls blackened. The floor lurched. Everywhere the synaptic pulse that had coordinated the local swarm began to stutter. Withdraw, Ventress voxed. The strike force obeyed, though obedience now meant dragging wounded, hacking through suddenly erratic broods, and running under a rain of biological collapse. The Queen's death was not clean. It was an internal rebellion of organs. Her bulk burst in stages, spilling birthing matter, glands, blood, and half-formed horrors into the chamber. The walls around her tore themselves open as the greater organism that housed her entered terminal failure. On the surface, the results came at once, and not enough. Whole Tyranid packs lost coherence and fell upon one another in shrieking confusion. Others stopped to tear at walls, corpses, or the air itself. Imperial guns reaped them in droves. Guard lines that had been seconds from annihilation surged forward in ragged counterattack. Ultramarines and PDF defenders bought breathing room measured in streets rather than continents, but breathing room nonetheless. And still Tarsis Ultra looked like the end of all decent things. Bodies lay everywhere. Guardsmen half dissolved by bioacid writhed and begged for the Emperor's mercy, while Medici teams stepped over those they could not save to reach those whose limbs might still be tourniqueted. Astartes' corpses were dragged from rubble by servitors and sobbing serfs, their armor split, their transhuman organs spilled, their faces strangely peaceful or twisted in final wrath. Entire districts had become slick organic ruin, plastered in spores, blood, and pulped masonry, so thoroughly changed by Tyranid infestation that they no longer resembled any human city at all. Capillary towers, some half-formed, still writhed over shattered plazas like the fingers of a world being throttled. Ventress emerged from the underwork soaked in black ichor and human blood, his armor gouged, one shoulder plate hanging cracked, Pausanias limping beside him, and half the kill team gone. "We have done it," one exhausted PDF officer said, staring at the faltering swarms. "By the throne, we have done it." Ventress removed his helm. His face was grey with fatigue and flecked with dried gore. "For now," he said. Then the astropath screamed. All heads turned. The hooded psyker attached to the command relay clutched both temples as blood ran through his fingers and onto the deck. He gasped out broken words between convulsions, each syllable carrying the force of a death sentence. "Cordelis," he choked. "Fire from orbit. Viral release. Atmospheric ignition. By sealed authority. By inquisitorial sanction." The command bunker went still. Vale felt the blood drain from his own face before he even looked at Kryptman, because he already knew. He had known the moment Kryptman accepted compromise too easily. He had known because he had served him too long. Ventress turned slowly. For a heartbeat there was no battle in his eyes now, only disbelief so complete it seemed to hollow him. Then came fury, bright and controlled, and more dangerous than any shouted rage. "You did this," he said. Kryptman did not insult him with denial. I ensured necessity was not delayed by sentiment. There were still evacuations underway. There were still cities intact. Imperial cities. Kryptman's reply was immediate. Future Tyranid biomass. Pausanias took one step forward, bolt pistol in hand. Other ultramarines stiffened. So did the Death Watch survivors. The air in the bunker became knife-tight. Ventress raised one hand, and his brothers stopped. The captain stared at Kryptman as one might stare at a man revealed in full at last, every hidden bone of his soul suddenly visible through the skin. "We bled for that world," Ventress said. "Men died holding corridors and void lanes so those people might yet live. And now more worlds may," said Kryptman, "because Cordelis will feed nothing." Ventress's expression changed then, not into surprise, but into a colder understanding. The kind that costs a man some final remnant of innocence, even in a universe that should have taken it from him long before. He saw, Vale knew, that Kryptman would spend anything. Not merely his own reputation, not merely the lives of strangers on distant worlds, but the faith of allies, the honor of comrades, the blood of warriors presently fighting beside him. He would damn the Imperium with its own acts, if that was the price of denying the Tyranids one more meal. Ventress's voice dropped until it was little more than iron dragged over stone. "You would condemn your own side before permitting the enemy to feed." Kryptman met his gaze without flinching. "I would prevent extinction." Outside, the guns still fired. The swarm still died. Tarsis Ultra still burned beneath a sky clogged with spores and falling wreckage. Victory, such as it was, had come wrapped in ruin and treachery so complete that even the taste of survival was ash in the mouth. And standing amid the smoke, with the dead of two worlds weighing upon the same hour, Uriel Ventress understood that Fidus Kryptman did not merely accept atrocity as a cost of war. He preferred it to the risk of mercy. After Tarsis Ultra, Fidus Kryptman ceased to argue for measures others still had the luxury to call unthinkable. He began to calculate. The strategium aboard his command vessel no longer displayed battles as battles. It displayed them as weight, time, biomass, transit, replenishment, and terminal consumption vectors. Whole subsectors rotated in pale, hololithic silence above brass projectors and incense braziers, while adepts fed in fresh astropathic reports from worlds already screaming beneath the shadow of Leviathan. Lines of advance branched and thickened. Probabilities shifted. Population counts became liability estimates. Harvest potential replaced civic designation. Agri-worlds, shrine worlds, manufactoria, port stations, orbital dock rings, pilgrim routes, prison moons, mining belts, and fortress redoubts all entered the same cold arithmetic once the Tyranid advance was laid across them. Severian Vale stood through those briefings and watched the Imperium be translated into edible matter. Kryptman did not pace, he did not rage, he did not strike the hololith or curse the blindness of lesser men. He stood with both hands clasped behind his back, gaunt face lit by rotating stars, and asked for tonnage, extraction capacity, void lane time, atmospheric processing density, and comparative yield rates should the enemy be denied one biosphere in favor of another. A naval savant, eyes red-rimmed from sleeplessness and fear, once ventured a question no one else in the chamber had dared phrase aloud. "My lord," he said, voice cracking around the title, "are you suggesting that conventional defense is insufficient?" Kryptman looked at him with the dead calm of an executioner hearing a child ask whether the blade is sharp. "No," he said. "I am stating that conventional defense is mathematically worthless." Silence followed. He touched a rune, and the projection changed. Leviathan's tendrils appeared not as enemy fleet groupings, but as feeding organs. Behind each consumed world, projected mass increased. Replacement organisms multiplied. Adaptive markers sharpened. The swarm did not simply advance, it improved. Every defended world that fell, and every army that died against it, enriched the thing that killed them. "One battle won at ruinous cost means nothing," Kryptman said. "One world held for a week, and then devoured means less than nothing. You do not fight this enemy by asking how many men you can save today. You ask how much biomass you can deny it before tomorrow." Vale had heard that tone before, at Tyran, at Macraga, at Tarsis Ultra, yet now it had shed the last remnants of persuasion. Kryptman was not trying to convince anyone anymore. He was announcing the shape of the future. The great atrocity began with lists. Worlds in Leviathan's projected path were marked by sigil and color code. Some were designated for accelerated evacuation, those whose skilled labor cadres, command personnel, priests, astropaths, navigators, engine seers, munitions workers, void crews, and military units could be salvaged before the swarm arrived. Some were designated for abandonment, their populations too immense, their infrastructure too cumbersome, their strategic position too far gone to justify the shipping needed to save them. Others were marked for direct annihilation should enemy approach outpace extraction. Vale watched the first slate pass across Kryptman's desk. There were names on it, whole names, worlds with histories, rulers, garrisons, cathedra, and sons who had never once imagined they might be condemned, not because they had failed the Imperium, but because they remained useful to its enemy. Kryptman signed. There was no hesitation in the pen stroke, no tightening of the mouth, no breath drawn before the deed. After that, the process became routine. On Vanna's Reach, Governor Hallex Bren received the order in a vaulted audience chamber lined with family standards and portraits of dead predecessors in powdered wigs and cuirassed finery. He was an old man with a war wound across one cheek and a voice long trained to issue commands to millions. He broke the seal himself, read in silence, then sat down very slowly upon the steps of his own dais, as though his knees no longer trusted the weight of him. His chief equerry asked, "My lord?" Bren looked up with a face that had gone loose around the eyes. "The fleet takes the officer corps, astropaths, signal adepts, munitions masters, and all void-capable crews." He swallowed once. "The rest remain under local governance until the end." "The rest," the equerry repeated. 3 billion and change, Bren said. He laughed then, not with mirth, but with the cracked astonishment of a man who has finally looked upon the true size of the machine he serves. On the dock world of Hesperon Gate, Voidmaster Joran Thess walked the length of his transport decks while refugees crowded the gantries above him in a sweating, weeping press. Men clutched stamped labor papers and screamed that the manifest had already taken their sons, but not them. Priests held aloft icons of the Emperor and begged for order no one was prepared to give. Cargo lifters, meant for ore and promethium, now carried crated rations, amputees, ammunition pallets, and the last machine tool assemblies stripped from depots destined to burn. Thess had room for 40,000 more bodies if he ignored sanitation and suffocation thresholds. There were 5 times that number outside his locks. His first mate, a scarred veteran of convoy wars, said, "If we pack them tighter, they'll start dying before translation." Thess stared at the tally slate in his hand. "If we do not, they die on the pier." "And the order?" Thess looked toward the command shrine where the stamped priorities hung. Skilled labor first, military specialists next, approved priesthood cadres, sanctioned psychers, orphans of officer lines if birth capacity remained. No delays beyond the stated launch hour. no unauthorized additions. He closed his fist around the slate until the edges bit his palm. "Seal at launch," he said, and hated himself for how steady his voice sounded. On the agri-world Beltrax, Father Corvin of the Ecclesiarchy stood before 10,000 men in a harvest square turned evacuation yard and tried to explain why only a fraction would be taken. The congregation listened in total silence while shuttles screamed overhead, carrying grain adepts, irrigation engineers, and PDF signal officers to orbiting hulls. "The Emperor sees all sacrifice," Corvin told them. A farm laborer with cracked hands and a child's bones sewn into his prayer cord shouted back, "Then why does he see fit to leave us here?" Corvin had no answer that could survive the air, so he preached endurance, martyrdom, fidelity unto the grave. Men listened because there was nothing else left to do but listen, and when the sermon was done, many of them knelt in the dust and began to pray not for rescue, but for speed. On troop barges and station rings, guardsmen learned in fragments that their regiments were being split. Veteran cadres with campaign experience were pulled out for redeployment. Green battalions were left behind to maintain local order on worlds already scheduled for abandonment. Some officers told their men the truth. Most lied, because the lie bought a few more hours of obedience. Vale moved through it all as witness, courier, and accomplice. He boarded overcrowded transports where men lay between munitions crates and void pipes because there was no deck space left. He crossed hab levels on doomed worlds where announcements still urged calm, even as naval crews were already stripping orbital fuel reserves for their own departure. He watched medici triage not according to injury, but according to skill utility. A man with both legs crushed might live if he was a plasma technician. A whole family in good health might remain behind if their labor category could be replaced elsewhere. The horror of it was not frenzy. The horror was administration, stamped forms, priority markings, loading schedules, liturgical authorizations, quota fulfillment, cargo balances, extraction caps, planetary value assessments, millions of souls reduced to columns and then struck through when the numbers no longer favored mercy. Kryptman issued Exterminatus orders the way another man might approve docking rights. Authorize cyclonic delivery. Prepare viral saturation. Scuttle all high-orbit assets and deny dock integrity. Destroy agri-reserves in advance of atmospheric kill. Inform local command that martyrdom has strategic value only if it leaves nothing usable behind. He never raised his voice, never pounded the desk, never sought dramatic effect. That calm made him worse than a madman could have been. Madness at least offers the fantasy of aberration. Kryptman's composure suggested that reason itself had turned predator. There were worlds the Tyranids never even reached alive. On one, a prison moon with a population of 700 million bonded men and penal serfs, the sky filled with chemical fire before the first bioship crossed its outer marker buoys. The convicts in the labor pits died cursing wardens they had never seen and enemies they had no name for. On another, a shrine world where generation after generation of pilgrims had come to crawl on bloodied knees up the black stone steps of a saint's basilica, the atmosphere went green with viral agent while choirs were still midway through the office of dawn. Men died clutching censers, prayer books, rifles, children, or each other. Their last sight was not the Tyranid swarm, but the Imperium's own hand descending as judgment. Refugee flotillas multiplied until the void lanes themselves seemed clogged with desperation. Bulk haulers, pilgrim barges, grain transports, ore lifters, half-repaired merchantmen, and troop carriers limped from system to system, bursting with human cargo they had never been designed to bear. Men starved in cargo holds that had once housed machine parts. Disease spread through deck populations packed so tightly they had to sleep upright against one another. Waste systems failed. Water grew ration thin. Fistfights turned into riots. Riots turned into gunfire. Sometimes the flotillas reached their designated safe anchorages and found those anchorages already closed by fresh military order. No docking, no resupply, no capacity. Proceed elsewhere. Elsewhere was often another dying world. Vale stood upon the command deck of the freighter St. Enoch when its captain received such a denial. The old Voidmaster, a broad-shouldered man named Pell with scar tissue thick along both forearms from years in plasma maintenance, listened to the message twice before lowering his head over the Vox lectern. "There are 14,000 souls in my holds," Pell said. "Half of them haven't had full ration allotment in 6 days. I have pox in lower deck 3. My air scrubbers are fouling. I require permission to dock." The answer came back in machine-flattened naval cant, all the more monstrous for its correctness. Negative. Anchorages reserved for military transfer and approved technical cadres. Maintain course. Pell's jaw worked. "By the throne, they are citizens of the Imperium. Maintain course." He cut the channel without permission and stood there with both hands braced on the lectern, shoulders shaking once. Then he mastered himself and began issuing ration reductions. Vale could no longer keep his silence. He confronted Kryptman in the astropathic sanctum after a transmission cluster arrived from 3 worlds marked for terminal denial. The blind choir had carried it in fragments, each message jagged by warp static, each one containing the same essential plea expressed through different tongues and ranks. "Help us. Delay the order. There are still men planetside. There are still regiments awaiting lift. We hear the fleet leaving. For the Emperor, answer." One astropath had died carrying the last of it. He sat slumped in his throne with blood dried down his chin and sockets burned black behind the lids. Vale rounded on Kryptman, while incense smoke and corpse light from the sanctum braziers twisted around them both. "You hear them," he said. "You hear every one of them." Kryptman did not deny it. "Yes." "And still you proceed?" "Yes." Vale took a step closer, anger cracking through the years of trained obedience that had once held him firm. "Men are dying without ever seeing the enemy. Worlds are burning because your calculations say their lives weigh more as ash than as flesh. They are screaming your name through the warp as if you were still sent to save them." Kryptman's eyes, pale in the brazier's glow, rested on him with terrible steadiness. "Pity," he said, "is how species go extinct." Vale almost struck him then. The urge came and passed in the same heartbeat, not because it lacked force, but because the habits of service and the burden of truth together stayed his hand. He hated Kryptman in that moment, hated him with a purity he had never before granted another living soul. And yet the reports kept changing. Leviathan slowed. The first proof came in thin increments. A projected strike window widened by 3 days, where it should have narrowed. A consumption curve flattened around a region stripped of viable biosphere before the swarm arrived. A tendril diverted to hunt for richer matter after finding only dead rock, burning atmospheres, and oceans poisoned beyond utility. Then came wider confirmation. The advance that had seemed irresistible began to crawl. Not halt, never halt, but crawl, as if the beast had been forced to gnaw through bone where once it had expected meat. The cordon of dead worlds worked. That was the blasphemy at its core. It worked. Each denied planet was an abomination committed in the name of survival. Each evacuation cap, each turned-away flotilla, each viral firestorm, each cyclonic sanction blackened the Imperium with its own blood. Yet the swarm lost momentum. Time accumulated. Fleets redeployed. Fortress worlds armed. Kill zones were laid on planets that might once have fallen unprepared. Lives were saved because other lives had been deliberately reduced to figures in the debt ledger of extinction. Word spread through command echelons with all the unease of a poison finding the blood. Kryptman's measures have bought us time. Kryptman's measures are unconscionable. Kryptman may be right. Kryptman must be stopped. Those two truths marched together now, inseparable. The first formal signals appeared in inquisitorial channels as sealed ciphers, then as encoded memoranda shared among trusted Ordo lords, then as full summons notices wrapped in language so ceremonial it seemed to wear a judicial mask over the face of vengeance. Investigation, censure, judgment. Vale saw the words bloom one after the other on a slate carried by an Ordo courier, whose expression suggested he would rather have borne a plague. Kryptman read them in silence. For a moment, Vale searched the Inquisitor's face for some crack. Regret, weariness, fear, vindication, anything human enough to prove the messages had landed somewhere soft. He found only stillness. Beyond the viewports, the void was black and immense. Somewhere in that darkness, Leviathan crawled onward through a trail of worlds the Imperium itself had murdered to starve it. Somewhere behind them, fleets of refugees drifted half feral and starving between denied anchorages. Somewhere ahead, more governors, voidmasters, priests, laborers, and soldiers were still waiting for orders that would decide whether they would be saved, abandoned, or burned by their own kind. Kryptman set the slate down. "They are late," he said. Then he turned back to the hololith, where more worlds still waited to be weighed. The reckoning was held in a chamber built for judgment, long before Fidus Kryptman had ever drawn breath beneath the Emperor's stars. It lay deep within a fortress conclave, whose location was never spoken aloud, a vault of black stone and old gold lit by hooded braziers, and the red eyes of machine saints fixed high among the arches. Every surface bore the weight of verdicts already passed there in ages gone by. The walls were carved with names struck from imperial grace, with censures etched so deep the letters looked wounded, with litanies against corruption, mutation, heresy, rebellion, and every other rot that might hollow the species from within. It was a place designed to remind even the mighty that all authority in the Imperium was conditional, and that the hand which bestowed sanction could close just as readily around the throat. Kryptman's genocidal cordon had already drawn formal inquisitorial fury, and the punishment that followed would be a Carta Extremis, stripping him of title and protection. Severian Vale entered at his master's back and felt the gaze of the chamber settle upon them like a firing line. They were all there, or as near to all as mattered. Lords of the Ordo Xenos, in sable and crimson, Puritans with brows like hatchet cuts and mouths sharpened by long practice in denunciation, radicals who had trafficked in horrors of their own and now wrapped themselves in righteous fury because Kryptman's sins were too vast to be hidden behind euphemism. Interrogators stood behind their patrons in ordered ranks, pallid as parchment, clutching slates and seal cases. Servo skulls drifted overhead on whispering grav thrusters, their lenses glowing as they recorded every word for archives from which most men would pray never to be named. Kryptman walked to the center of the chamber without bowing his head. He wore no ceremonial finery, no mantle of office, no jeweled rosette cast in exaggerated relief. He came in dark, serviceable robes over carapace plate, still scored from war zones no one in this chamber had bothered to visit in person. If he had dressed for humiliation, the sight of him might have satisfied them. But Kryptman had not come to beg dignity from men who intended to strip him of it. He had come, as he always came, useful, armed, unrepentant. The charges were read aloud by a gaunt inquisitor whose face seemed assembled entirely from angles. Willful genocide upon compliant imperial populations. Another voice took up the litany. Strategic annihilation of worlds without full conclave sanction. Another. Dereliction of sacred obligation toward imperial citizens. Another. Operational radicalism bordering treason. Then, from somewhere higher in the amphitheater, a voice roar with contempt. Butcher. Another, louder. Madman. And then the one word that caused a ripple even among those who had come eager for blood. Traitor! Vale looked from face to face while the denunciations mounted, and something in him hardened to a bitter understanding. Many of the men condemning Kryptman were not innocent of ruthlessness. Their hands had signed death orders. Their campaigns had burned populations for lesser reasons than strategic starvation of a galactic swarm. They hated him partly because he had killed so many, yes, but they hated him also because he had crossed lines they themselves required to exist. Not for morality, not even for mercy, for architecture. Without such lines, their own authority ceased to feel lawful and began to resemble naked predation. Kryptman had made visible the truth that the Imperium survived not because it refused monstrosity, but because it rationed it and clothed it in sanctified language. At last the chamber fell quiet enough for the presiding lord to speak. "Fidus Kryptman," he said, "you stand accused of crimes so profound that lesser men would seek absolution in insanity. You will answer this conclave." Kryptman did not glance around the amphitheater. He kept his eyes fixed on the seat of judgment. "I will answer facts," he said. A low hiss moved through the chamber. The presiding lord leaned forward. "Then begin with this. Did you condemn imperial worlds to death on a scale unmatched in our history?" "Yes." No defense, no softening, no plea. "Did you issue extermination orders against populations that had not yet made contact with the enemy?" "Yes." "Did you deny rescue flotillas docking priority and permit imperial citizens to die of starvation, plague, and exposure in the void while preserving military extraction schedules?" "Yes." The Lord's face darkened. "Then on what possible grounds do you expect this conclave to hear you further?" Kryptman's answer came at once. "Because I was correct." That did more than any confession could have done. Vale felt it move through the chamber like a blade under the ribs. Fury had been expected. Rationalization, perhaps. A desperate invocation of necessity. But not that. Not naked correctness, stated as though innocence were irrelevant before arithmetic. Kryptman lifted one hand toward the hololithic field, rising over the center of the chamber. At his gesture, it filled with roots, dead worlds, and the projected movement of Leviathan before and after his cordon. Without denial of biomass, the swarm's advance rate accelerates. With each consumed world, its available mass increases, its adaptive capacity broadens, and its pressure on neighboring sectors compounds. Conventional defense against a feeding vector of that scale is not heroism, it is nutrient delivery. I denied it worlds, therefore I denied it growth, therefore I bought the Imperium time. A Puritan lord rose to his feet, fists clenched white on the rail of his station. "By burning our own species." "Yes," said Kryptman. "You speak of billions as though they were rations. Yes, you have no remorse." That, at last, drew the faintest shift in Kryptman's expression. Not guilt, something colder. Remorse is not absence of necessity. Vale had spent enough years at his side to hear the buried thing under that answer. Kryptman did feel it. He simply regarded feeling as a tax that had already been paid and could not be allowed to alter the result. Another lord spat the words down at him. "You have damned your name forever." Kryptman looked up into the ranks of his judges. "My name is irrelevant. The swarm is not." There was fear in them then. Not merely outrage, fear. Because a man who sought pardon could be broken. A man who sought victory, in spite of condemnation, could be managed, perhaps, but not comforted into obedience. Kryptman was defending himself not as innocent, nor even as justified by some moral law, but as strategically right. It made him more terrible than any raving radical. He sounded like a precedent. The verdict had been decided before he entered, yet ritual demanded theatre before the blade fell. The formal sentence was pronounced beneath tolling chimes. Fidus Kryptman, formerly of the Ordo Xenos, was censured under Carta Extremis. His powers, seals, rights of command, and privileges of office were stripped. His authority to requisition, sanction, and command in the Emperor's name was revoked. He was declared outside the ordinary protections of his former station, a man no longer shielded by title, and would be pursued should he attempt to resume its use. Not yet excommunicate traitoris, but close enough that the shadow of it touched his heels. He was made, in every practical sense, a criminal wearing the bones of an inquisitor. Vale expected some visible blow to land then, a slackening of the shoulders, a hard swallow, a flare of anger, anything. Instead, Kryptman inclined his head once, as though the conclave had merely confirmed a logistical inconvenience. "So," he said. The presiding lord frowned. "Do you understand what has been done to you?" "Yes." "You stand stripped." "Yes." "You stand hunted." Kryptman's pale gaze did not waver. "Then I stand unburdened." The words sent another murmur through the chamber, and this time it was colder. Vale understood at once what the judges had perhaps not fully accounted for. They had not broken him. They had removed his restraints. A sanctioned lord of the Inquisition had obligations to process, precedent, allies, appearances, factions, and decorum. A hunted man with nothing left but conviction had fewer chains. By the time they withdrew from the conclave under armed escort and vanished into the covert passages prepared for such humiliations, Kryptman already seemed lighter, not happier, never that, but simplified. A title lost meant there was no title left to protect. A reputation ruined meant it need no longer be managed. Exile had not altered his belief by even the breadth of a knife edge. It had purified it. They fled under false identifiers, through dead void lanes and abandoned anchorages, moving between caches still loyal enough or frightened enough to aid a fallen master. The vessel that carried them was no longer an inquisitorial command ship in heraldic splendor, but a hard, scarred predator of a frigate bearing scrubbed transponder ghosts and a crew too hand-picked to betray him cheaply. Its chapels were smaller, its corridors narrower, its machine spirits less proud. Yet the strategium at its heart glowed night and day with fresh war records. That was where Kryptman began again. Vale found him there on the 12th watch of a sleepless transit, the chamber lit only by hololithic fire and the cold green wash of auger feeds. Battle archives from the Octarius marches spun in layered projections. Orc war logs captured from dead void hulks. Imperial reconnaissance pics from fringe stations. Tyranid movement reports. Fractured signals from merchant captains too terrified to speak coherently into their vox. In one grainy sequence, an orc-held world writhed beneath descending organisms, while crude orbital cannons and swarming fighter craft tore into the bioships with savage glee. In another, great knots of Tyranid and greenskinned dead formed mountains large enough to alter local weather patterns. Everywhere, the same truth manifested in different scales. When Tyranids and orcs collided, both sides spent life at a rate that bordered on the ecstatic. Kryptman watched those recordings the way a surgeon studies a fresh anatomy. "They nearly destroyed one another," Vale said quietly. "On one world," Kryptman replied. Vale stepped closer. "You are thinking about scale again." "I am always thinking about scale." The hololith shifted. Sector maps expanded. The Octarius region glowed amid a web of Xenos holdings and Imperial concern markers. Orc Empire. Dense, violent, vast. The kind of thing most Imperial commanders preferred to keep at a distance and let fester until resources could be gathered for a crusade that never quite came. Kryptman's expression became terribly still. "If the Imperium cannot kill Leviathan," he said, "then Leviathan must be made to spend itself elsewhere." Vale felt his stomach go cold. "Against the greenskins? Yes. You would hurl one apocalypse into another." Kryptman glanced at him. "Would you prefer both arrive separately?" There was no answer worth speaking. He had already begun assembling the next instrument of his will. Deathwatch veterans arrived in 2s and 3s over the following weeks, not in parade finery, nor as some noble brotherhood returning to a beloved commander, but as scarred, suspicious killers who had seen enough of the Tyranids to understand the arithmetic, even if they despised the hand that wrote it. One had lost an eye and most of the flesh on one cheek to a lictor's claws. Another walked with an augmetic knee that clicked audibly in the silence before briefing. A third carried upon his pauldron the weathered mark of service so prolonged that even his contempt looked tired. They stood in Kryptman's briefing chamber and heard him out. "You ask us," said the eldest among them, a watch sergeant with the flint-hard diction of the Sons of Dawn, "to continue following a man the Inquisition itself has cast out." "I ask you," said Kryptman, "to decide whether the swarm troubles you more than my censure." That was the measure of him now. No attempt to seduce, no feigned humility, only the naked proposition. The sergeant's scarred lip curled. "I do not trust you. I did not request trust." One by one, not gladly, not cleanly, they accepted, not because they loved him, not because they forgave him, but because they had fought the great devourer close enough to smell the rot inside its birthing chambers and knew that scale could make servants of principles. If Kryptman had become monstrous, then it was partly because the enemy against which he labored had made ordinary virtue look suicidal. Lockhart came as well. The Magos biologists arrived aboard a flensed escort cutter with crates of preserved specimens, toxin charts, stasis cages, and 36 red-robed servitors whose limbs ended in saws, injectors, and sensory veins. Vale had half believed the priest of Mars might remain behind with some more lawful patron once Kryptman lost title. Instead, Lockhart drifted down the frigate's embarkation ramp in a whisper of brass limbs and machine incense, oculars bright with an interest that was somehow fouler than loyalty. "You stayed," Vale said. Lockhart's Vox grill crackled. "Your former master continues to generate uniquely instructive biological opportunities." Kryptman did not even turn from the hololith. "He means yes." Lockhard's mechadendrites flexed. Genestealer biology remains an underexploited vector. Their infestation cycle, psychic beacon function, and infiltration persistence suggest broad utility if deployed with precision. Vale stared at him. "You speak of them as lures." "I speak," said Lockhart, "of them as instruments." And so the inner circle gathered in shadow, where once Kryptman had commanded beneath seal and sanction. Vale, the Deathwatch survivors and new volunteers, Lockhart with his gleaming obscenities, a handful of void officers who either believed in the mission or had long since accepted they were damned alongside their master. The chamber was close, the air hot with overworked projectors and incense from the machine shrines. Outside the hull, the void stretched blind and depthless. Kryptman stood before them, with the Octarius marches burning in pale blue light across his face. "The Inquisition believes it has punished me," he said. "It has only clarified the work." No one spoke. The Tyranids cannot be met world by world forever. They consume victory and defeat alike. Every battle enriches them, unless the battle costs them more than it feeds them. His gaze moved from one man to the next. The greenskins of Octarius possess precisely one strategic virtue. They do not know how to stop fighting. The watch sergeant folded his arms. "State the mission." Kryptman touched a rune. The map shifted to a fresh set of markers. Carpathia, the drifting hulk named Perdition's Flame, the Moongeist, the broad Xeno stain of the Octarius Empire, the shape of Leviathan feeling through the stars. His voice became even quieter. "We will take living genestealers. We will seed their beacon where Leviathan must answer it. We will divert the feast into Orc territory and let two abominations tear the galaxy out of each other's mouths." Even the chamber's hardened veterans seemed to lean away from the enormity of it. Vale heard his own heartbeat in the silence that followed. Then Kryptman spoke the thing in plain language at last, the sentence around which all his new freedom had already coiled. I will feed one Xenos empire to another. Carpathia had once been a mining world of no great honor and less beauty, a place of dust storms, promethium fires, and labor quotas rendered into obedience by lash, sermon, and exhaustion. By the time Fidus Kryptman brought his outlaw flotilla into high anchor above it, the world had become something fouler than ruin. It looked sick from orbit. Great swathes of its crust bore a waxen sheen, where no natural formation should have reflected starlight so obscenely. Mine shafts and excavation sinkholes yawned open like puncture wounds. Auspex sweeps returned caverns too warm for the depth they occupied, and tunnels that had not been cut by drill or melter, but grown. The world's governor had fled months earlier, with whatever coin, heirs, and void tonnage he could steal. The dockyards were dead. The remaining Vox traffic came in bursts of prayer, gunfire, and feral static. Men still lived below, that much Locard had confirmed with his cold machine certainty, but the caverns beneath the principal extraction basin belonged to the brood now. Every surviving human signal had the same rhythm when translated from panic into meaning. They were below. They are in the walls. The Emperor has abandoned us. Kryptman stood in the troop hold of the assault lander, while the planet filled the view slit as a diseased crescent of ochre and black. Remember the objective, he said. None of the Astartes answered at once. They had heard him the first time, and the second, and the 10th. He had repeated it because he knew repetition could sour courage into obedience or contempt, and either would serve. Watch Sergeant Garin, son of Dawn, stood nearest the forward ramp in black Deathwatch plate, worn dull by old acid scoring and deeper things. His face was lean, scar-cut, and hard in the severe way of men who had spent long years mastering the art of not speaking until speech could wound. A broad combat blade hung at one hip. At the other rested a bolt pistol, whose grip had been rebuilt so many times that the metal and leather seemed one fused relic. With respect, Garin said, and made the words sound like an insult. We remember, because you have not allowed us to forget. Kryptman regarded him with the same dry stillness he afforded malfunctioning servitors. Then continue to remember. Kill as required, burn as required, but I want living genestealers in stasis. Brother Hroth of the Space Wolves gave a low growl behind his grill. He was broader even than most Astartes, a beast of a warrior with yellowed fangs visible when he smiled, which was often and never kindly. Frost charms and old fetishes hung from the black of his Deathwatch harness. His chain-blade teeth were fresh with sacred unguents and old blood both. Lev capture, Hroth muttered, a fool's command on a fool's world. Beside him, Brother Caedmon of the Dark Angels checked the seals on a stasis coffin with long, almost priestly precision. His face was austere and beautiful as carved funerary stone, every movement exact, every glance containing old secrets and the cold patience to bury them. Where Hroth bristled openly, Caedmon's contempt moved beneath the skin like a hidden blade. Brother Verox of the Iron Hands said nothing at all. Much of his lower face had been replaced by steel, and his left arm from the shoulder down was a dark, augmetic assembly whose machine muscles purred when he flexed the hand around the mag clamp of his gravcaster. Of them all, only he seemed entirely at home in the company of Magos Locard, which was a condemnation in itself. Then there was Brother Maccabeus of the Blood Angels, pale and hawk-faced, his eyes full of that distant red sorrow which no son of Sanguinius ever wholly concealed. He murmured a prayer in a voice so low that only Vale, standing nearest, caught the words. Emperor, judge the hand, not only the blow. Garin glanced toward him. Pray after the work. I am, said Maccabeus. Vale stood among them in flak-lined carapace, rebreather hooked at his throat, hell pistol mag-locked to his hip. He was more conspicuously human in their company than ever before. Among such men, mortality became almost indecent. Lokard drifted at the rear of the hold, mechadendrites folded around his red-robed bulk like the legs of some iron arachnid. He watched a rotating hololith of Carpathia's underworks suspended above his palm projector. Heat blooms pulsed deep below the principal sinkholes. Pheromone traces, tunnel expansion, brood nesting concentration. Every data point in the Magos's display reduced a world's corruption to a cartographer's convenience. The brood is dense along the secondary feeder galleries, Lokard intoned. The highest probability intersection of viable genestealer specimens occurs below Shaft District Gamma 9, where resin accretion overlays the old ore channels. Hroth spat onto the deck. Speak low Gothic, machine priest. Lokard's amber optics brightened. Descend there, and you will find the monsters you wish to kill. Better. Kryptman stepped forward as the lander lurched into atmosphere. We do not descend to kill them all. Garen's scarred mouth hardened. We descend because you intend to use them. Kryptman did not bother with pretense. Yes. That answer settled over the hold like a new weight. No man there required explanation, not anymore. They had followed him too far into darkness to pretend surprise at the uses to which he would put horror. The lander struck the dust flats north of the extraction basin in a storm of grit and exhaust. Its ramp slammed down onto ochre mud, made slick by old chemical spills. The air outside smelled of iron, promethium, and something sweetly rotten beneath both. The perfume of infestation ripened in the dark. Above them towered broken mine gantries and the skeletal cranes of abandoned loading pits. Below all that yawned the shaft mouths, ringed in black resin that gleamed wetly where no rain had fallen in years. No living men came to greet them, only bones. Half-eaten remains lay around the shaft entrances in pale drifts and broken knots, as if the dead had been dragged there from deeper places and discarded when whatever had fed on them grew bored. Miners' helms, guard breastplates, a child-sized labor harness. Pieces of each were fused into the resin walls as if the brood had used human wreckage the way masons use brick. Kryptman looked once into the shaft and said, "Down." They descended by magline and grav harness into heat and darkness. Lumen beams cut through motes of dust and drifting spores. The shaft walls changed as they went. First came the old rockcrete and ore scarring of human labor. Then the resin began in earnest, thick ribbed layers of translucent amber and bruised violet, as if the earth had grown scar tissue from infection. Shed skins clung to jutting edges. Egg fragility crunched under boots. Here and there the walls bore parallel claw scars, deep enough to fit a man's hand within. By the time they reached the first feeder galleries, the psychic pressure had begun. Vale felt it as a headache at first, a thin stabbing behind the augmented eye. Then it deepened into something more malignant, a sensation like invisible fingers combing through his thoughts, testing them, tasting them. Hroth bared his teeth. Maccabeus whispered a fresh litany. Garen only tightened his grip on his pistol and scanned the tunnels with the narrow concentration of a siege gunner, listening for sappers under stone. The caverns were biological hell-made architecture. Tunnels forked through resin throats, slick with condensed moisture and xeno slime. Skulls had been packed into wall nodules. Half-eaten femurs protruded from feeder mounds in corners where broken machinery, old bone, and molted chitin had all been cemented together by secretions into a hideous composite. The floor rose and fell in uneven ridges where old mine rails had vanished under organic overgrowth. Somewhere deeper in the dark, something clicked in patterns almost like speech, and then went silent again. Lokard moved at the center of the formation, his auspex veins rotating with a priest's concentration before a sacred text. "Brood nest concentration ahead," he said. Feeder channels converged 2 levels below. The parent stock cycles between nesting pockets and secondary hunt galleries. "Meaning," said Garin, "meaning we are close enough to smell them, because they are close enough to smell us." Hroth gave a feral grin. "At last." The first Genestealer did not attack. It watched. Vale caught the glint of its eyes high along a resin spur and raised his pistol an instant before the thing vanished. It had been there and not there, all blades and corded muscle and obscene grace. Then another appeared on the opposite wall, and another behind the translucent membrane of a side tunnel, where trapped bones floated in congealed fluid. Garin lifted a fist. "Halt!" The squad froze. Every man there knew what it meant when a brood paused to watch instead of strike. It meant they were being measured. Kryptman's voice came through the squad vox, flat and merciless. "Maintain advance. Capture priority remains. Use stun webs and coffin clamps where viable." Hroth gave a bark of laughter utterly devoid of humor. "Where viable. Hear that, brothers? He asks the stars to become stone where viable." Caedmon answered from the right flank. "Less speech, more killing." The massacre began with a scream over the rear vox. Not human, Astartes. One of the supporting stormtroopers had vanished without even managing that much. Brother Maccabeus turned at the sound just in time to see a Genestealer come through the ceiling resin in a shower of amber shards and latch onto Brother Sabir, a Black Shield veteran whose old chapter colors had long ago been filed from memory and plate alike. The creature's claws punched into the soft joins beneath Sabir's gorget and under his arm before he could bring his bolter to bear. They went through ceramite not by strength alone, but by knowing exactly where to enter. Sabir fired once point blank and blew half the thing's skull away. A second Genestealer hit him from the side, then a third. They dragged him bodily into a crack in the wall too narrow for a man to enter. His vox became a storm of chain-blade roars, wet tearing, and a single final curse before the line went dead. "Hold," Kryptman ordered. Vale turned in disbelief. "He is taken." "Hold," Kryptman repeated. Garin obeyed because Garin was Deathwatch, and Deathwatch men understood the hierarchy of impossible choices better than most. The line locked. Bolters opened in disciplined fury. Genestealers came from every angle now, boiling down the walls, hurling themselves from ceiling ribs, slithering from feeder vents and berthing slits with impossible speed. Bolt shells detonated in faces and chests. Chitin shards and black blood sprayed the tunnels. Hroth met one creature chest to chest, let it rake sparks off his pauldron, and split it open from groin to throat with a chain-blade howl. Caedmon fired one-handed while driving a stasis clamp onto a stunned specimen's upper limbs, mag-locking it to the tunnel floor as Verox brought a coffin sled forward on whining grav plates. "Alive," Lockhart snapped. "That one remains viable." "Then take it yourself," Hroth snarled, kicking another brood creature off a fallen trooper and pulping its head beneath his boot. But they did not have the luxury to kill cleanly. That was Kryptman's demand, and therefore their burden. Stunning volleys replaced kill shots where possible. Shock mauls cracked against alien joints. Stasis clamps fired with metallic thumps and pinned writhing Genestealers long enough for servitors to jam them into coffin shells lined with null frost emitters and restraint spines. Each live capture cost seconds. Each second drew more of the brood. Vale saw one of Lockhard's red-robed servitors torn in half by a pair of Genestealers before its coffin cargo even hit the floor. He saw Verox drag the stasis unit onward with his augmetic arm, while his organic one hung useless and flensed from the elbow down. He saw Maccabeus take a claw through the thigh, stagger, and still put 3 precise bolt rounds into a creature climbing over Garin's shoulder. Then, Brother Caedmon went down. A Genestealer came low beneath his firing arc and opened the seals behind his knee. A second was on him before he hit the floor. Garin killed the first. Hroth killed the second. Caedmon tried to rise and could not. Bone gleamed white through ruined black armor. The tunnel ahead narrowed into a choke point, lined with resin pillars and blind side cracks, where eyes already shone in clusters. "We move," Kryptman said over the vox. Garen looked once at Caedmon, then down the tunnel where the fresh wave gathered. "My lord," Vale said, hearing the fracture in his own voice. "Move," Kryptman repeated. "Hold the line 2 seconds more, then fall back in sequence." They all understood what that meant. Caedmon did too. The Dark Angel propped himself against a resin rib with his pistol in one hand and combat blade in the other. His face, bloodless beneath the grime, remained composed in that grave and secretive way his kind made into a sacrament.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
He looked not at Kryptman, who was not there, but at Garen. "Go," Caedmon said. Garen's jaw clenched once. Then he slammed a fresh magazine into the wounded warrior's palm, as though the gesture might stand in place of farewell. The line withdrew. Cadman remained. Vale heard the Dark Angel's bolt pistol begin to fire behind them, each shot measured, each impact close. Then came a burst of Xenos shrieking, then the scream of a detonation, and then nothing at all. They secured 4 stasis coffins before the brood broke around them like a black tide. 4 live Genestealers, thrashing in frozen suspension behind translucent plating, their limbs locked mid-murder, their mouths open over teeth wet with the blood of the men taken to secure them. Victory, if that word could still be spoken, felt diseased. Extraction became a running nightmare through collapsing dark. The brood pursued with perfect murderous hunger, now that the trap had closed and failed to claim them. They came in spurts from side vents and overhead fissures, forcing the survivors into fighting retreats measured by blood trails and muzzle flashes. Resin walls shuddered as charges blew tunnel mouths shut behind them. In places the roof came down anyway, burying servitors and 1 wounded stormtrooper beneath tons of stone and organic crust, while Hroth dragged a coffin clear by brute force alone. Garen fought backward with the steadiness of a fortress gun crewman at the last breach, firing controlled pairs into eyes, joints, and mouths, while barking range and angle corrections in a voice that never rose no matter how close death pressed. Maccabeus stumbled once. Vale caught his arm before the Blood Angel fell. "Still with us," Vale said. Maccabeus's smile was thin and red at the edges. "For shame, interrogator. I had hoped to die beautifully. Not today." "No," said the angel, and killed another Genestealer over Vale's shoulder with a bolt shell that burst its skull against the wall in a wash of black ruin. At the shaft base, they found the last of the support detail butchered around the ascent lines. One had been folded backward over the loading winch. Another was spread across the wall in strips. The surviving servitors were still trying to complete embarkation protocols, with limbs missing and sensory wires dragging through gore. Locard directed them as if this were merely another laboratory transfer. "Coffins first," he said. Hroth rounded on him, armor drenched dark. "Say that again, and I will break your metal spine over my knee." Locard's optics did not dim. "The specimens represent the mission's primary yield." Garen cut between them. "Up, now." They ascended under fire. Genestealers leapt from the shaft walls, scrabbling up faster than men could haul themselves. Verox lost his grip on one coffin sled and let it fall rather than release his weapon. The thing struck the floor below and burst open, its stunned occupant snapping awake amid the wreckage, just in time to be buried under melter flame from Hroth. Another coffin jammed against a lift spar, while creatures swarmed the walls around it. Maccabeus cut the clamps free with his power blade and shoved the unit upward with both hands, as Garen emptied a full magazine into the shaft beneath them. At last, they broke the surface into a storm of dust and tracer fire. The landers were already lifting on downdraft plumes. Gun servitors on the perimeter stitched explosive rounds into the minehead approaches, where the brood boiled out in murderous silhouettes. Vale half-carried Verox up the embarkation ramp, while Hroth and Garen dragged the final stasis coffins between them. Kryptman was the last aboard.
not because he had fought hardest, but because he refused the symbolism of haste. The ramp sealed. The lander tore free of Carpathia's diseased air. Below, the extraction basin became a receding scar, ringed by muzzle flashes and swarming shapes too numerous now to count. No one spoke for several minutes. The hold stank of blood, promethium, sour machine oil, and the sickly sweet secretion that clung to every survivor who had gone below. One coffin was cracked. Another was smeared with Sabier's blood, where his gauntlet had marked it in passing before the brood took him. Caedmon was gone. 3 stormtroopers were gone. Half the servitors lay in parts. Hroth sat against the bulkhead with his chain blade across his knees and stared at Kryptman as a wolf stares at a hunter it has not yet decided to kill. "You have your prizes," Garen said at last. Kryptman looked over the coffins. "Yes." Garen's lip pulled back from his teeth. "Then remember what you paid." "I remember everything," said Kryptman. The lander punched through the upper cloud layers and into the black. Moments later, the frigate's auger deck received them, and Vale had barely stripped his rebreather when the first alarm rune began to pulse across the command display. Not the sharp cadence of immediate attack. Something slower. Stranger. A long, dragging warning that suggested not contact alone, but contamination of space itself. The auger officer, an old voidsman with prayer scars along both wrists, swallowed and looked up from his console. "Mass signature emerging from the storm fringe," he said. "Warp scorched, drifting but under altered momentum. Emperor preserve us." Kryptman crossed to the main display. The stars above Carpathia swam in pale static. Then a shape began to resolve within it, colossal and ragged. Not one ship but many fused by fire, collision, and the hateful chance of the warp into a single impossible carcass. Spires, engine sections, cathedral ribs, torn hulls, docking rings, and ancient wreckage all welded into a vast, drifting necropolis. It moved like a dead thing that had forgotten it was dead. Vale felt the chill before anyone spoke the name. Locard's mechadendrites trembled with something almost like delight. The auger image sharpened further. A broken inscription on one half-flensed hull segment flashed through the static, enough to identify the drifting mass that had clawed its way from the warp toward them. Perdition's Flame. The Perdition's Flame drifted through the void like a cathedral built from every form of naval death the galaxy had ever known, and then abandoned to madness. Even before the boarding clause locked, the hulk offended the eye. It was not one ship, nor a dozen, nor any number that could be named with confidence. It was the fossilized collision of wreckage over centuries of warp-tossed violence, hulls hammered together by fire, pressure, translation shock, and blind impact, until identities had been erased beneath fused plating and cathedral superstructures welded into impossible conjunction. An Imperial cruiser's broken spine jutted through the ribbed flank of an ancient transport, whose engines had long ago been crushed into a Xenos carrier's split launch decks. Basilica towers leaned sideways from cargo hulls. Docking rings opened into stone chapels that in turn descended into manufacturum subdecks and dead launch bays littered with centuries of frozen debris. Whole sections looked burned glass smooth, as though the warp itself had licked them in passing. Other plates were scabbed thick with corrosion, rune scratches, impact scars, and old blood long blackened into the seams. Void lightning still moved over it in fitful crawls. Not real lightning. Residual warp discharge. Sickly green and corpse pale, it slid across the hulk's outer ribs and vanished into gaping breaches from which no atmosphere spilled, only darkness so complete that it seemed not the absence of light, but the presence of something that devoured it. Severian Vale crossed the boarding bridge at Kryptman's back and felt, absurdly, as though he were entering a mausoleum large enough to bury systems. The bridge shuddered under the boots of the Deathwatch veterans escorting the insertion. Garen led, shield raised,
bolt pistol low and ready. Hroth came to the right flank, with Chainblade idling in a hungry growl. Maccabeus advanced with his weapon held close, muzzle steady, the red sorrow in his eyes banked behind ritual calm. Verox's augmetic arm bore a portable stasis cradle on a magnetic rig, one of the captured Genestealers sealed within, its limbs locked in hard frost behind the coffin's translucent faceplate. Locard floated at the rear, mechadendrites tasting the dead air as if the hulk itself were a specimen to be flensed. The first chamber beyond the breech lock had once been a cargo transept. Now it was a nave of wrecked machinery and old corpses. Bodies hung frozen in odd attitudes, where void exposure had mummified them into brittle relics. Some wore the uniforms of forgotten naval crews, their flesh drawn hard over cheekbones and teeth. Others were too altered by mutation or impact to classify at a glance. A figure in the robes of a confessor knelt before a shrine welded sideways into the deck, his spine broken backward, his hands still clasped in prayer. Servo skulls drifted without purpose through the chamber, some with their anti-grav units stuttering on the edge of failure, their lenses flashing with fragments of old machine liturgies. One floated up close enough to Vale that he saw parchment strips still attached beneath its jaw, the script on them faded to unreadable ghosts. Then the skull spoke in a child-thin whisper from a cracked Vox grill. "Stand by for docking sequence." Its optics went dark, and it drifted away into the dust. Hroth bared his teeth. "I hate this place already." "Be grateful," said Garen. "If it hated you back in full, you would know it." They moved deeper. The perdition's flame had no proper geography left. Corridors turned upward and became floors. Chapel vaults opened into engineering pits, where catwalks bridged empty reactor throats. They passed through one hall, whose walls were lined in fused prayer alcoves, each containing a body in naval rating blues, each skull split open as though by execution. They crossed a launch bay large enough to swallow a district, its ceiling broken into a forest of hanging chains and suspended hull fragments, each one drifting by fractions in the hulk's stuttering gravity. Somewhere beyond the visible dark, metal groaned. Somewhere else, a bell tolled once, though no hand, living or dead, had touched it. Machine ghosts walked the Voxnet. Half-heard bursts of command cant crackled through the squad channel, though none of it originated from their set. Cargo authorizations from 10 generations ago. Damage reports cut off mid-scream. Liturgical fragments from shipboard masses whose congregations had become frozen dust centuries before. Once Vale heard what sounded like the barked order of a bosun whipping labor crews to the pumps, followed by the mass splash of many bodies hitting water. There was no water here, only the hulk remembering some old drowning in the language of broken circuits. Locard halted at a junction where 3 ship corridors had been crushed together into a single descending tube wrapped in prayer chains and old feeder piping. His mechadendrites extended into the dark, sensory veins turning with minute clicks. "Here," he said, "deep structure voids, low thermal variation, enclosed geometry favorable to brood persistence." Hroth looked at the black throat below. "There are no broods here." Locard's optics brightened. "There will be." Kryptman gave the order without flourish. "Begin placement." The stasis coffins were taken from their mag rigs one by one and borne down into the belly of the hulk. Vale followed with the third team and felt the enormity of the act settle over him, not as revelation, but as final confirmation. Kryptman was no longer reacting to war, no longer even merely calculating around it. He was laying infrastructure for future massacre with the composure of a surveyor placing foundation stones. Corridor by corridor, chamber by chamber, he was positioning bait inside a drifting necropolis so that a sector-spanning predator would choose one empire over another. The Genestealers were planted in the deepest hollows they could reach before time, and the hulk's instability made further descent folly. There, amid old shrine vaults, dead machine decks, and cargo crypts untouched by sunlight for ages, Locard directed the opening of the stasis coffins. Not full release. Not yet. The coffin fields were adjusted to preserve vitality, while allowing the psychic spore of the brood creatures to seep outward through the Hulk's bones. The first Genestealer opened its eyes beneath the frost film. Even locked in seizure-still suspension, it radiated malevolence. Its skull pressed slowly against the inner field barrier. Black tongue, knife teeth, hands that did not resemble hands so much as the idea of dismemberment given flesh. Locard's probes descended. Through micrometer apertures, tasted gland excretions, monitored adrenal and psychic response, and withdrew. Brood vitality acceptable, he said. Beacon potential increasing. Will it work? Kryptman asked. Locard turned his cranial mask toward him. If the Hulk enters Orc-held regions with the specimens alive and maturing in low-grade release, the psychic lure should extend beyond local range. Hive organisms of Leviathan's scale will detect the spore as prey and infestation vector both. Should, Vale said. Locard clicked softly. The universe provides no stronger word. Kryptman accepted that with a nod. He had never required certainty where probability could justify atrocity. They withdrew from the implanted chambers and sealed bulkheads where they could, not to imprison the Genestealers, but to shape the Hulk's interior into a better womb for their spore. Dead ventilation systems were rerouted. Power was bled from surviving cells to maintain environmental islands. Locard's servitors daubed pheromone-reactive compounds across old deck plating to encourage brood agitation. All of it was hideously methodical. Vale confronted Kryptman at the edge of a fractured observation blister where the stars showed through cracked armored glass and the bulk of a nearby moon floated pale and cratered in the distance. Geist. It hung in near relation to the perdition's flame, like a chipped funeral stone. Its weak gravity had trapped the Hulk in a broad, decaying drift for who knew how long. Auspec's calculations spun across the blister in amber lines, projected by Verox from his augmetic interface. Vale followed them and saw what Kryptman had already seen. Destroy Geist at the correct stress points, and the debris bloom and gravitational shift would alter the Hulk's course. You mean to kill the moon, Vale said. Kryptman did not look up from the calculation field. I mean to move the Hulk, by shattering a celestial body into an inhabited debris storm. There are labor stations within Geist's crust, said Vale. Ore crews, penal pits, dock gangs, maintenance temples, men. Not for long. Vale turned on him. This is mass murder, without battlefield necessity. At that, Kryptman finally faced him. They stood in the sick light of the blister, while warp discoloration crawled in faint veins over the distant skin of the Hulk, and Geist turned like a wounded eye beyond the glass. Without battlefield necessity, Kryptman repeated. You still think in immediate maps, immediate losses, immediate guilt. His voice remained low. That made the words land harder. Necessity is defined by scale, not conscience. Vale stepped closer. No, conscience is what keeps necessity from becoming excuse. Kryptman's expression did not alter. Conscience is what lesser men invoke when they cannot bear the size of the bill. The Death Watch veterans pretended not to hear. Locard did not bother pretending at all. Vale felt his hands clench. You will kill Geist to move this thing toward Octarius. Yes. And the greenskins there. Yes. And whatever imperial fringe worlds lie between, if required. You speak of sectors the way a gravekeeper speaks of rows. Kryptman leaned slightly toward him, and there was in his eyes that old pale winter which had first named the Tyranids on a world already rendered to dust. No, he said. A gravekeeper tends what is already lost. I am deciding what may yet remain. There was no arguing with a man who had translated pity into inefficiency so many years ago that he no longer heard the cost in his own voice. The operation against Geist began within the hour. The moon's surviving stations did not expect attack from the drifting hulk. That was their final error. Boarding torpedoes and stolen shuttle cutters crossed the narrow void under Auspec's shadow, while the hulk's bulk confused local sensors. Garin led the demolition teams through dockworks, where labor serfs still hauled ore canisters beneath lumen strips and rusting devotional icons. Alarms sounded too late. Some of the crews tried to fight. Most broke and ran through their own tunnels, with extraction masks hanging loose around their throats, not understanding why men bearing Imperial markings had come to kill them before any Xenos had shown themselves in the sky. Vale saw one station overseer, on an internal pict feed, fat with authority and panic, shouting into a dead command vox about sabotage and mutiny, while demolition charges were mag-clamped to the moon's stress shafts beneath him. Kryptman watched the feed, as though assessing quarry quality. When the teams withdrew, Geist still turned serenely in the void for a few long minutes, its crust pocked by mining scars, its internal shrines and prison galleries and labor barracks all still inhabited by men who did not yet know they had been reduced to trajectory mathematics. Then the charges went. The moon did not explode in one theatrical burst. It died in stages like a world having its bones broken from within. First, the stress lines lit under the crust, glowing cracks racing along old excavation seams. Then, whole regions of rock folded inward as internal caverns collapsed. Towers, docks, and ore elevators toppled into fresh chasms, vomiting atmosphere and burning debris. Great plates of crust sheared away in slow majesty, exposing the molten violence beneath. Secondary magazines, promethium stores, and reactor pits caught in chain succession, punching vast gouts of fire and shattered stone into orbit. Geist's surface split into incandescent wounds. Its gravity field staggered and then began to shed itself in storms of tumbling ruin. The debris cloud hit the perdition's flame like a weather front of mountains. Fragments screamed across the hulk's void shields, or tore into its outer mass where no shields remained, punching new craters through dead cathedra and ancient engine decks. Great slabs of moon rock ricocheted into the wreck mass and spun away, trailing vapor. The whole hulk groaned like a continent under strain. Compartments collapsed. Hull sections shifted. Somewhere deep within, bells began tolling wildly, as if every dead chapel aboard had awakened in terror at once. And slowly, under the violence of impact and the altered pull of the dying moon, the perdition's flame changed course. Verox tracked the numbers in real time, his augmetic arm jacked into the navigational slate. "Vector shift confirmed," he said. "Drift bleeding outward. New course decay aligns with outer Orc-held territories if current momentum holds." "Not if," said Kryptman. "When?" The hulk turned. Not swiftly. Nothing so vast ever moved with grace. But its heading altered by measurable degrees, its wounded bulk beginning the long black drift toward the Octarius marches. Deep within the sealed chambers, the Genestealers stirred. Locard confirmed it with a pulse of fresh readings from the brood nests. The psychic spore was strengthening. Stress responses rose with the hull impacts. Brood agitation sharpened. The creatures sensed motion, change, prey, possibility. Their minds, such as those minds were, pressed outward in hungry static against the hulk's dead architecture. "It shines now," Locard said with something too near reverence to bear. A spore bright enough to be found. Kryptman turned to the long-range auger consoles. "Then show me the hunter." For a time, there was only the starfield, broken by floating ruin and the burning remains of Geist. Then a new series of returns began to bleed across the outer grid. Faint at first, then cohering. Leviathan. Not the whole obscenity. Never that. A tendril. A reaching claw of the greater swarm, already moving along its own appetite-driven course through the dark. Vale watched the runes shift by fractions, then by sharper margins. The vector was changing, not toward Geist's dead shell, not toward any Imperial holding, toward the drifting hulk with the Genestealers wailing in its depths like a signal fire made of murder, exactly as Kryptman had calculated. No one in the chamber spoke. It was too monstrous for triumph, too precise for accident, too vast for anything as human as pride. Vale stood among the dying echoes of the moon and understood that the map of a region had just been rewritten by deliberate sin. Hours later, as the Perdition's flame drifted onward under its new heading and Leviathan's tendril bent after it through the void, the first Orc deep space pickets on the edge of Octarius detected the hulk. The intercepts came in crude bursts of mangled vox-cant, thick with laughter, engine howl, and the gunmetal exuberance of greenskins who mistook impending doom for sport. A big one this is. Look at the size of it. Free salvage. Nah, you git. It's mine. Race you tie it. The laughter rolled on, coarse and delighted, as fighter craft and ramshackle escort hulls altered course toward the incoming wreck. Vale listened to the intercepted vox in silence. Kryptman did not smile. He only watched the hulk, the turning tendril beyond it, and the Orc pickets racing out to claim what they believed was a gift. In the void between them, the first stage of a sector war began to close its jaws. Gorala hung in the dark, like a fist of rust and fungus beneath a ring of broken stone. It was no world any sane Imperial cartographer would have wasted reverence upon. Its seas were shallow and brown-green, thick with algal scum and industrial poison. Its equatorial belts steamed beneath a sky perpetually dirtied by ash, refinery smoke, and the exhaust of 1,000 ramshackle engine fields. Fortresses of scrap and riveted plate rose from the plains in brutal tiers, all spikes, gun decks, and iron gantries, their silhouettes ugly with purpose. Around the world drifted an asteroid belt the Orcs had turned into a weapon and a joke both. Mine clusters the size of hab blocks tumbled between broken rock. Crude gun platforms bristled from chained-together boulders. Hulks, fighter roosts, fuel dumps, and kill cruisers lurked in the debris lanes, like predators too stupid to know they ought to fear one another more than the void. To the greenskins of Gorala, it was beautiful. Pirate war boss Scarfang stood upon the command deck of his flagship, the Gorejaw, with one iron claw wrapped around a rusted rail and the other hand thumping against the armored housing of the bridge periscope, as if impatience alone might bring the enemy sooner. He was immense even for his kind, all corded green muscle and old violence, his left eye covered by a cracked optic lens welded into his skull plating, his jaw scarred from some ancient contest that had taken half his lower lip and left his tusks permanently bare in a snarl that resembled mirth more than rage. Chains hung over his chest. Teeth of past foes rattled at his belt. A great naval coat looted from some human commodore stretched over his shoulders in strips, its gold thread burnt black where promethium and blood had eaten the fabric. He listened to the bridge vox howl with reports and laughed until the deckhands nearest him joined in from sheer terror and instinct. "Day's comin'," bawled one of his mech attendants, jabbing a greasy finger at the Auspex screen where the red blurs of the incoming Tyranid tendrils swam through static. "Big gits, loads of 'em." Scarfang slammed his claw down hard enough to dent the rail. Good. Outside the blister ports, Orc Void warfare was already waking to greet the feast. Engines boomed awake all through the belt. Ramships, plated in stolen armor and painted with snarling jaws, tore loose from hidden moorings. Gunships banked around asteroids trailing black exhaust and jagged squadrons of fighter bombers. Mine tenders detonated their anchor chains and let loaded rock clusters drift into new kill corridors. Gargantuan hulks patched together from centuries of wreckage rolled ponderously into firing positions, every gun deck alive with mobs of roaring gunners, slamming shell after shell into breaches already hot from premature celebratory fire. No formation held for long. That was not how Orcs made war in the void. They surged, argued,
rammed, cursed, broke alignment, reformed accidentally in better shapes than discipline would have granted, and then threw themselves forward with the exuberance of creatures to whom battle was not necessity, but weather fit for rejoicing. Scarfang loved them for it. "Light the belt," he roared. The asteroid ring became a chain of suns. Mines hidden in tumbling stone detonated in staggered sequence, turning the approach lane into a region of fire and flying rock. The first Tyranid bioships entered that storm at speed and were ripped open in brilliant ruin, their chitinous hulls splitting under the concussive fury as atmosphere, ichor, and lesser organisms vented into the dark in great writhing clouds. Gun batteries from the Orc hulks opened at once, not with clean naval discipline, but with savage abundance. Shells the size of tanks crossed vacuum in incandescent streaks and smashed into the leading organisms. Lances stolen from dead Imperial hulls fired through jury-rigged capacitors and sheared slabs from living ship flesh.
Boarding torpedoes launched too early, too late, and everywhere in between, because the Orcs did not particularly care whether their assaults were timed well, so long as they happened with sufficient violence. From the outer dark, the Tyranids came on without sound, their silence more hateful for the noise it received. They entered the kill zone and died in such numbers that even Imperial auger logic aboard Kryptman's hidden observation ship stuttered beneath the sudden bloom of destruction. Vale stood with Kryptman at the shadowed edge of the command deck and watched Gorala's belt turn into a slaughterhouse too vast for mourning. Great bioships were blown open by minefields and then rammed by Orc kill cruisers before their carcasses had finished venting. Boarding spores fell among Orc escorts, only for the escorts to turn engines full burn and slam themselves into larger prey, while their decks became internal massacres. One hulk disappeared in a chain of secondary magazine detonations, its shattered plates taking 3 nearby bio-vessels apart with it. A massed cluster of living Tyranid escorts was caught between converging Orc batteries and reduced to drifting pulp lit from within by burning gases. For a moment, it seemed Kryptman's gamble had not merely worked, but exceeded his own ruthless hopes. Leviathan's reaching claw met not prey, but a greenskin empire already salivating at the thought of a proper scrap. The Tyranids were dying, truly dying, not tactically inconvenienced, not redirected, not bloodied and enriched in some deeper hidden arithmetic, but broken in the immediate and spectacular sense men prayed for when faced with horrors too large to understand. Vale let himself feel it for one dangerous heartbeat. Relief. Beside him, Kryptman did not move. The void battle only grew larger. Orc ramships punched into the bellies of wounded bioships and vanished within them in private explosions. Fighter bombers screamed through clouds of xenospores, some disintegrating under defensive biofire, others dropping crude but devastating plasma bombs into the open wounds torn by earlier impacts. Bioplasma answered in rivers of green-white death, washing across Orc hulls and melting decks, crew, armor, and gun ports into runnels of incandescent sludge. Boarding organisms swarmed over ramship prows and were then crushed as the ships completed their suicidal strikes. Hulks tumbled out of control, trailing wreckage and still firing every gun they possessed, as if dignity lay only in continuing to murder while dying. Scarfang stood upon the Gorjaw's bridge and howled with delight as one especially vast Tyranid beast ship broke under a triple strike from a mine cluster, a gun deck broadside, and the impact of his own favored escort, the Tooth Crumper, whose captain died exactly as he had lived, by putting a hotter engine behind a bad idea. "See dat?" Scarfang roared to the bridge crew. "See how they split? That's proper. That's art." His gunners screamed agreement and slammed fresh shells home. By every immediate measure, the Tyranid tendril was being annihilated. Then one survived. It had been a cripple from the first exchange, a vast living ruin with half its armored mantle sheared away and one entire flank blackened by mine detonations. Its escort cloud was gone. Its outer carapace gaped open in places, exposing pulsing inner membranes and the glistening motion of organisms still working desperately inside. It should have died with the others. Any sensible fleet would have finished it as a priority target. But orcs seldom finished anything cleanly when there were fresher, louder targets to hand. The bioship rolled through the slaughter with internal fires running like fever beneath its flesh, and then, with a convulsive violence born of pure predatory instinct, it turned planetward. "Dat one's leg in it," laughed a bridge gunner on the Gorjaw. Scarfang spat. "Let it. We'll loot the rest first." The dying bioship hit Gorala's upper atmosphere like a falling continent. Its passage set the heavens aflame above the equatorial wastes, a red wound cutting through cloud and smoke. Chunks of burning flesh and armored chitins sloughed off behind it, raining across fungus plains and scrap settlements in incandescent showers. Then the thing struck. The world shook. A crater broad as a city blossomed outward from the impact zone in dust, steam, and shattered bedrock. Shockwaves raced through the equatorial badlands, flattening shanty forts, upending fuel towers, and tossing trucks and gun carts like toys. But before the dust could settle, the carcass split open. Thousands of mycetic spores vomited into the air. They rose on heat and pressure, then descended in all directions over the equatorial wastelands, over fungal forests, over carrion pits, over orc stockades and scavenger camps, whose inhabitants stared upward in delight and stupidity at what they assumed was merely the last belch of a dead enemy. On the observation deck, Vale felt the moment turn. "There," he said. "There." Kryptman's eyes narrowed, fixed upon the surface returns now blooming across the tactical display. "Yes." The orcs on Gorala celebrated as only orcs could. They drove to the crater before the fires had cooled, racing one another across ash dunes and shattered fungal flats in convoys of roaring buggies and armored trucks painted in blood colors and checker patterns. Mobs climbed over the fallen bioship with cutting torches, chain axes, and salvage hooks, hacking free armor plates, bone spars, organ chunks, and weapon growths they intended to nail onto their own machines, or eat or fight over, or simply carry because they looked impressive. Mech boys shouted over one another about engines that might be built from the thing's internals. Freebooters carved trophies from still-twitching feeder tendrils. Gretchins swarmed beneath larger boots, gathering shell casings and teeth from the dead. Scarfang himself descended to the impact site by gunship, boots splashing into a mire of black ichor and vitrified sand. He stood atop the bioship's cracked skull ridge and spread his arms wide while his mobs bellowed below him. "See," he roared, "I told you, more scrap, more fight, more everything." The greenskins answered with gunfire into the air and fresh bouts of brawling over who had the right to claim what portion of the carcass. They did not understand what had landed among them. Beneath the crater fields, beneath the fungal root networks and old mine burrows and the deep, damp caverns where Gorala's underworld spread like diseased lungs, the spores took hold. They hatched in darkness. They burrowed into carcass heaps, refuse mounds, and the swollen fungal mats from which the orcs drew much of their crude sustenance. Ripper organisms consumed what was smallest first. Spore chimneys rooted into wet soil and old blood. Feeder colonies began their secret labor, while the orcs above drank, looted, fought, and celebrated what they believed was total victory. The Tyranids adapted with the patient obscenity of mold in a corpse's mouth. They fed on dead orcs, left where post-battle brawls had dropped them. They fed on squigs, fungus, algae, rot pools, carrion pits, the biomass inside old sewage channels, and the vast sump lakes of organic runoff beneath the scrap forts. They fed on their own dead. They fed on the shattered remains of the fallen bioship. Everything with caloric value became part of the slow rebuilding. Locard watched the first underworld growth patterns through stolen Auspex returns and old Imperial survey maps of Gorala's crust. "They do not require much,"
he said softly, almost admiringly. Not a world, merely a foothold. Vale looked at the displays with a growing sickness. Synapse signatures were still faint, fragmented, embryonic, but they multiplied with dreadful speed. Tunnel networks changed, heat blooms spread, scavenger organisms became brood clusters became hive nodules. The swarm, reduced almost to embers in the void, had found fuel again in the dark underbelly of a greenskin world, too crude to notice its own bleeding. Above, Scarfang kept order by force and presence. He was no grand strategist by human measure, but among orcs, he possessed the vital gift of being both terrifying and successful. His pirates, freebooters, and warbands obeyed because he won, and because he killed dissenters personally when victory alone failed to persuade. He understood the value of momentum. He pushed raids into the impact zone. He sent mobs to strip every scrap of value from the fallen beasts. He ordered bigger guns installed on the belt platforms in case more prey followed. Had he fully grasped the danger beneath his own feet, he might even have crushed the embryonic broods by drowning the equatorial wastes in enough bodies and shelling to
choke them before they matured. The hive mind did not permit him that chance. Lictors came for him in the dark, not in open war, not with the exuberance of gaunts or the savage weight of larger beasts. They came as silence sharpened to murder. The first signs were missing sentries around Scarfang's cliff-top fortress above the crater fields. Then a mech attendant found hanging upside down from a gantry with his spine opened and the flesh of his skull peeled back. Then a whole sentry post gone without alarm, only blood smears and the impression of great hooked feet in the dust where nothing should have crossed. Scarfang laughed it off at first. "Sneaky gits," he said, and ordered extra guards more out of offense than fear. The lictors learned the pattern of those guards in a single night. They entered the fortress through waste ducts, service shafts, and vertical crawl spaces, too narrow for any orc to imagine a serious attacker using. One strangled a gunner and lowered his body without a sound. Another hung from the underside of a gantry for an hour, while mobs passed beneath it laughing. A third watched Scarfang's war chamber through a slit in the wall and learned his habits. They were not there to spread panic. They were there to remove function. Vale saw the assassination only later through pieced-together orc-picked scraps and thermal ghost returns, but even those broken fragments carried the quality of nightmare. Scarfang was bellowing at subordinates around a looted tactical slate when the first lictor dropped from the rafters. It pinned one knob to the floor before he even finished turning, claws through both shoulders and into the metal beneath. A second burst through the wall lattice at Scarfang's back. The war boss was mighty enough to survive the first blow. He whirled, claw crushing one attacking limb, and bit into the beast's shoulder with his own tusked maw, while his power claw tore strips from its torso. He killed that one, perhaps two. The chamber became a riot of snapping tendrils, slashing talons, slug shots, and green blood. But lictors do not hunt to test strength. They hunt to end it. One strike went in beneath Scarfang's jaw, another through the gap behind his lifted arm. A third entered the base of his skull as he turned to kill a different assailant. The war boss died on his feet long enough to rip out a creature's lower spine, and then he toppled into his own war table, crushing the slate and half the command maps beneath him. By dawn, Gorala's strongest hand on the tiller was a cooling slab of green meat, surrounded by dead bodyguards and the slick ruin of alien assassins. Orc order lasted precisely as long as it took nearby bosses to realize the biggest killer in sight no longer breathed. Then the fighting began. Tribes that had obeyed Scarfang because he was strongest now tested one another in immediate, joyous treachery. The crater loot became disputed. Gun platforms changed hands 3 times in a day. Convoys meant to haul munitions to the equatorial forts were hijacked by rival mobs who wanted the shells for their own private wars. Mechs refused repairs unless paid in better trophies. freebooter captains broke formation to raid neighboring clans instead of hunting the organisms multiplying beneath the wastes. Gretchen vanished in cartloads, eaten, enslaved, or simply trampled in the first wave of fragmentation. From orbit, the effect was visible within days. Defensive concentrations dissolved. Patrol routes overlapped stupidly or not at all. Salvage camps turned into battlegrounds. Fires spread where fuel dumps were shelled for spite instead of war. Below all of it, the Tyranids grew. Now their broods reached the surface in earnest. Gaunts boiled from cracked earth and fungus caverns into camps already weakened by infighting. Rippers cleaned battlefields bare before the dead had cooled. Warrior forms emerged where enough biomass had accumulated. Feeder channels spread beneath the equatorial wastes. The orcs fought them with ecstatic delight when they could reach them, but they no longer fought as one body. Every local victory merely fed another hidden nest. Every dead orc became fuel. Every slain Tyranid left genetic instruction and nutrient slurry for the next. Kryptman watched Gorala's biomass curves on the hololith and did not blink. "Your battle was won," Vale said at last, bitterness thick in his throat. "And still this." Kryptman's voice came as ever, dry and pitiless. "No, the battle in the void was won. That is not the same thing." The proof rose on the equatorial horizon weeks later. At first, the orcs thought the new structures were smoke plumes, or some especially large fungal growth pushing up through the ash fields. Then the Auspex captures sharpened, and the truth stood plain. Capillary towers, fresh, obscene, ribbed columns of living matter thrusting skyward from the carcass-rich plains where the bioship had fallen. Around them, the ground pulsed with feeder channels. Great digestion pits steamed. Swarm organisms massed in numbers, no longer dismissible as residue from a defeated invasion. Then, from the towers, biomass began to rise. The air above Gorala thickened with spores and vaporized flesh as the first new bioships gestated in the clouds like blasphemous fruit. Not many, not yet, but enough. Enough to prove the principle Kryptman had wagered whole sectors upon. The swarm had not needed triumph. It had needed one wound in the right place, one mouthful, one foothold. On Orc Voxnets, laughter gave way to fresh challenges and roars for bigger fights. On Imperial Auspex boards, the projected kill of a Tyranid tendril became instead the birth of a campaign. And on Gorala itself, beneath a sky now threaded with rising capillary towers and the first dark shapes of newborn bioships, the dead of both species were rendered upward into fresh war. Gorala did not remain an isolated wound for long. Once the first new bioships rose from its capillary forests and tore free of the cloud layer in dripping majesty, the war ceased to resemble a collision and became instead an infection. Leviathan did not merely continue, it erupted. What had seemed a shattered tendril reborn from one brutal foothold spread outward in hooked vectors through the Octarius marches. Each fresh world reached becoming a new organ of expansion, each conquest, or even partial infestation, birthing more feeder fleets, more spores, more pressure. The map of the region changed so quickly that Imperial augur charts had to be updated between watches merely to remain useful. Worlds once classified as secure orc strongholds dimmed beneath alien corruption. Others vanished outright, stripped to mineral carcasses or reduced to atmospheric graves where only the towers of the swarm remained to testify that life had existed there at all. From the hidden observatory deck of Kryptman's disguised frigate, Severian Vale watched the contagion spread in pale red over the hololith until Octarius seemed less an empire than a furnace crust beginning to crack under pressure from beneath. Gorala was supposed to bind them, he said. Kryptman stood with his usual stillness, hands folded behind his back, features washed hard and colorless by the tactical display. It did. This looks like multiplication. Yes. Vale turned toward him with a look that had grown more and more common in the years since Tyran. a look in which disgust and reluctant fascination were braided so tightly they could no longer be separated. Then your answer to one apocalypse was another that breeds. Kryptman did not take his eyes from the map. My answer was delay. Around the growing stain of Tyranid expansion, the Greenskins answered as only Greenskins could. Where men would have named such a spreading horror crisis, containment failure, or doom, the Orcs named it opportunity. The first world struck after Gorala did not fold inward in fear. They howled for more guns. Asteroid belts were lashed into denser kill zones with chains, mines, and crude thruster clusters that turned drifting stone into murder systems. Dead moons were clad in armor plating and made into gun platforms. Scrap worlds coughed fresh ram ships into the void at such pace that some detonated during launch and were still counted successes by the mechs responsible, because an explosion on the way to battle meant at least part of the design had worked. And above them all, from Octarius itself, came the iron-bellied answer of Overfiend Blacktooth. He did not treat Leviathan as calamity. He treated it as inheritance. Reports assembled from intercepted Orc-Vox, Deathwatch surveillance, and the terrified testimony of fringe traders painted the Overfiend as a brute monarch swollen on endless conquest, a warlord whose sheer mass and violence bent whole clans into alignment through awe and terror. His proclamations, such as Orc proclamations could be called, rolled through the Octarius Empire in waves of shouted command, threat, and ecstatic promise. Biggest fight in Dissector, biggest fight anywhere. Get over here or miss it. The effect was immediate. Orcs came from neighboring systems in tides. Freebooter fleets abandoned piracy routes to join the war. Mercenary mobs who had once sold themselves by the gun to lesser war bosses turned their hulls toward Octarius for the chance to fight in a conflict large enough to make legends out of beasts too stupid to understand the word. Entire moon clans uprooted themselves and translated in from farther reaches, their holds packed with spores, squigs, guns, fungus vats, and crude idols daubed in oils and blood. Where human empires might have buckled under such traffic, the greenskin dominion only grew more bellicose. Congestion was merely another chance to ram something. 12 worlds burned in the first great outward convulsion from Gorala, and that tally came from those the Imperium could still identify by name. On one, the Tyranids struck first, descending through refinery smoke onto a junk moon whose whole crust had been turned into salvage warrens and fuel pits. The Orcs there detonated half the moon's stockpiles in reply, killing millions of themselves, while also blowing open 3 descending bioships in cataclysmic blossoms visible from neighboring orbit. On another world, a fungus jungle planet ringed by crude orbital forts, Blacktooth himself launched a counter-invasion before the feeder towers had finished rising. Rocks full of screaming boys were hurled directly into the infested continents, smashing open hive zones and birthing immediate surface wars so dense that the dead vanished beneath new dead within hours. A third world, little more than a belt of chained asteroids surrounding a fortified core station, became a void charnel where Tyranid organisms and Orc borders fought so continuously inside breached hulls that drifting wreckage continued transmitting gunfire audio for days after all crews should have been dead. The scale of it surpassed sane military language. Billions of Orcs poured into war, not as a reserve to be husbanded, but as a flood to be welcomed. Their casualties meant less than their enthusiasm. Worlds that would have fed Leviathan unchallenged instead drowned its descending broods beneath such lunatic resistance that feeder cycles slowed, synapse structures had to redeploy in depth, and entire Tyranid assaults were forced to overcommit merely to secure contested biomass. Yet each slain Orc was still meat. Each shattered fortress still yielded scrap, spores, fungus, carrion, and blood. Every battle, no matter which side seemed to dominate it in the moment, enriched the larger inferno. Deathwatch kill observers rode the fringes of the war and returned with hard conclusions that made even their scarred faces tighten. Vale heard one such report in the strategy chamber from Watch Sergeant Garin, whose armor now carried fresh gouges and a burn along the left pauldron from a close pass over an infested asteroid redoubt. "It no longer matters who wins a given world," Garin said. "The pattern has changed. If the greenskins hold, they do so by drawing more and more of their breed into the war. If the Tyranids hold, they do so by consuming those same masses and learning from them. Either result compounds." Hroth stood beside him, one arm in a hard splint, and dried ichor still caught in the grooves of his gorget. "Best scrap I've ever seen," he muttered, then spat onto the deck and added, "Worst thing I've ever seen." Locard, of course, found the development almost admirable. He stood with mechadendrites folded in contemplation before a rotating sequence of combat picts taken from 3 different battlefronts. One showed Tyranid assault organisms hurling themselves against layered orc barricades built from welded tanks, ship armor, and the bones of prior attackers. Another showed new gaunt strains with thicker frontal plates and altered limb structure, better suited to clawing over scrap fortifications and surviving the savage short-range slugfire the greenskins favored. A third showed orc war beasts, larger than those observed in prior months, their musculature thickened, their reactions sharpened by continuous combat and abundant victory feeding. "They are teaching one another," Locard said. Vale looked at him with contempt. "You say that like praise." The Mago's vox grill crackled. "I say it like observation. Tyranid adaptation to orc ferocity has accelerated. Their assault forms now account for crude fortification density, high attritional tolerance, and greenskin preference for direct engagement. Meanwhile, the orcs exhibit escalating physical robustness, enlarged dominant specimens, and increased intertribal cohesion when confronted by sufficiently stimulating external pressure." "In plainer tongue," said Garin, "the monsters are making one another worse." Kryptman inclined his head a fraction. "Yes." There it was again. Always the same. Not delight, not even vindication. Only the acceptance of another grim piece on the board, moving precisely where his earlier sin had driven it. Vale had thought, once, that hidden vantage might grant some illusion of control, that to watch from behind stealth screens and false transponders while empires mutilated each other would feel at least strategically purposeful. Instead, it felt like observing a plague fire spread through dry timber after one had personally set the first spark. He spent long watches listening to astropathic traffic from the human fringe and hearing panic ripen into hysteria. Merchant convoys reported battle lights visible from systems once thought too far removed to matter. Fringe governors demanded clarification on whether Octarius remained containable, or whether emergency tithes should now be diverted into fortress works. Shrine worlds along the outer lanes began holding constant vigil masses as visions spread among the faithful of green skies, many moored stars, and tides of iron and flesh. Isolated mining stations near the contested region begged for permission to evacuate families and non-essential labor cadres before spillover reached them. Naval patrol captains, trying to sound calmer than they felt, relayed impossible casualty estimates and kill ratios that would have been dismissed as madness had they not arrived from half a dozen independent sources at once. Astropaths bled carrying those messages. Some died beneath them. One collapsed mid-transmission in the sanctum aboard Kryptman's ship while relaying a plea from a sub-sector commandant whose words came through in fragments between seizures. Billions engaged. Belts weaponized. Cannot classify Victor. Request immediate reassessment of all nearby populations. The astropath's head snapped back. Blood ran from his nose and tear ducts. Then the line went dead in his throat. Vale stood over the corpse after the Medici servitors had withdrawn it and said, "Listen to what your delay has purchased." Kryptman was already reading the appended strategic packet. Time. Nothing more. There is nothing more valuable. Vale laughed once, a broken sound stripped of humor. Time for whom? For the men on those fringe worlds filling the warp with terror because they know what comes next. For the Inquisition, which condemned you and now quietly benefits from your crime. For us, standing here watching Xeno's blood pay the bill. Kryptman finally looked at him. Yes. The simplicity of it struck harder than argument. Vale stepped closer. Can this still be called victory? Kryptman's face remained composed in its old severe lines. Time purchased is victory enough. Enough for whom? For any species that wishes to continue existing. Vale stared at him and saw that Kryptman did not merely believe the answer. He inhabited it. To him, salvation had always been too theological a word, too soft around the edges. Continuance was all that mattered. Survival of the species state, bought by whatever abomination necessity demanded. Human souls, Xeno's empires, moral architecture, the difference between righteous war and engineered slaughter, all of it became subordinate if time could be bought in exchange. Outside the viewports, distant battle light flashed over the void like heat lightning over a graveyard. The Octarius War swelled. Leviathan learned quickly. Worlds that had slowed its feeding through dense scrap fortifications and riotous close combat soon found fresh broods descending with thicker armor, longer leaping limbs, and more numerous tunneler organisms designed to bypass surface gun decks altogether. Lictor strains multiplied around command centers and mech foundries. Bioartillery became more adept at collapsing the precarious towers and gantry forts the greenskins preferred. Massive synapse beasts appeared farther back from the front, screened by layers of cheaper organisms after the hive mind absorbed the lesson that orcs would gladly hurl elite killers straight for the largest visible target, even if the assault killed them all. The orcs, in their own way, adapted no less. The war made them bigger. Dominant knobs swelled into monsters through endless combat, and the greenskin miracle of growth by violence. Mech yards expanded into permanent war industries. Gun platforms became larger, louder, and more numerous. Fortifications grew more outrageous, some no more than mountains of welded tanks and ship hulls studded with guns, others proper iron labyrinths through which attackers had to crawl while being pounded from every angle. Rival clans, who would once have spent months slaughtering each other for sport, increasingly hurled themselves outward against the Tyranids instead, not because peace had entered their hearts, but because the external enemy had become too gloriously inexhaustible to ignore. It was the nightmare balance of Octarius. The Tyranids were being blooded on the anvil of greenskin excess. The greenskins were being elevated by the existence of a war worthy of them. And behind both, the Imperium breathed a little longer, because two alien nightmares were busy chewing at each other's throats. That knowledge sickened Vale more with each passing report. He walked one watch alone through the dim chapel deck of Kryptman's frigate, passing rows of votive lamps lit for the Emperor by crewmen who had long since stopped asking whether the man they served was still within the lawful fold of his realm. Every flame guttered under void drafts. Every saint's face seemed carved in accusation. When he returned to the command deck, the hololith had widened again. The red stain of Leviathan's renewed expansion did not merely spread through satellite holdings anymore. It thickened, converged, bent inward along routes whose significance even Vale, mortal and exhausted though he was, understood at a glance. Octarius itself, the Empire's heart, the central war world toward which every surviving greenskin instinct, every reinforcement surge, every boast, every challenge, and every strategic compulsion now pointed. Overfiend Blacktooth was not shrinking from the threat. He was drawing it in, calling all weight, all blood, all guns, and all pride toward the seat of his dominion, so the greatest battle of the sector could be fought where his authority was strongest, and the architecture of war already bordered on the mythic. Kryptman stood before that revelation in silence.
Garen's voice was low. "If they meet there in full strength." He did not finish. He did not need to. Vale looked upon the projected shadow reaching toward Octarius, and felt, with a certainty colder than fear, that Gorala had only been the throat-clearing of a much larger execution. All the burning worlds, all the multiplying fleets, all the billions of green bodies, and the endless curtains of descending spores had been mere preludes to this convergence. The heart of the Orc Empire waited ahead, ironclad and exultant, and the shadow of Leviathan was already falling across it. Octarius was not merely a war world. It was the argument the greenskin species made against proportion. Its single vast continent rose in broken mountain ranges and scrap-choked basins beneath a sky so thick with spores, ash, and engine smoke that daylight reached the ground only after being beaten bloody through layers of filth. Gargates, the shanty capital and throne heap of the Overfiend, sprawled across the shoulders of a mountain chain like a rusting crown hammered from stolen cities, dead tanks, wrecked voidcraft, and iron ripped from 1,000 conquered worlds. Around it spread fortress pits deeper than hive under cities, gargant foundries that shook the horizon with every piston stroke, and kill zones so densely mined and gunned that no sane commander of men would have willingly marched a regiment through them, even in peacetime. Spores drifted on the wind in such quantity that they resembled weather, and every gust tasted of iron, fungus, cordite, and old blood. It was the central world of the Octarius Empire, a mountain world with a single mega-continent, and when Leviathan's war finally reached it, the whole planet became the throne room of an empire that knew only battle. From the hidden observation decks of Kryptman's shadow frigate, Severian Vale watched Octarius turn under magnified auspex and thought that no human city, no matter how proud, could have survived one day under the conditions these beasts called ordinary life. Great columns of black smoke climbed from foundries the size of provinces. Convoys of armor and troop haulers crawled over mountain roads, cut through old battlefields and fresh carcass hills alike. The very plains between the mountain chains were furred with fortification belts, fungus farms, munitions parks, scrapyards, and crude shrines to violence built from skull towers and welded gun barrels. It did not look defended in the imperial sense. It looked armed in every direction, because anything less would have felt unnatural to it. At the center of that armed madness stood the Overfiend. To the Imperium's records, he was still identified as Blacktooth, the warlord who had ruled the Octarius Empire when Leviathan first descended upon it and had hurled a full war into the swarm, rather than yield 1 inch of greenskin pride. Whether the creature roaring from the heights of Gargates now was the same beast in every bone and scar mattered less than the fact that he wore the title, and on Octarius titles mattered only insofar as they proved one had smashed enough rivals to keep them. He stood upon a tower of riveted iron girders and looted armor plates, massive even by orc measure, one shoulder wrapped in the split prow plating of some Tyranid beast ship he had once helped tear down, his power claw broad enough to pulp a man into paste with one closure. His voice went out over crude amplifier arrays in a storm of static, threats, laughter, and brute exultation. He promised the greatest fight in the sector. He promised mountains of dead. He promised that every orc from the smallest runt to the biggest war boss would grow rich on loot and glorious on killing before the end. The Empire answered him with detonations, gunfire, and a roar so loud that some of the Auspex spirits aboard Kryptman's ship misread it as seismic activity. "That's right, you miserable gits," the Overfiend bellowed, his image caught in grainy intercepts from spy servitors hidden on the mountain flanks. "They've come all the way here so we can stomp 'em proper. No running, no mucking about, no nicking kills from the lad next to you unless you can bash his face in after. We're gonna show the whole sector what a real scrap looks like." Cheers rolled back from the gathered hordes in waves. Trucks fired their guns into the air. Squig herds burst through makeshift pens and were immediately trampled or eaten. Mechs standing atop half-finished gargants waved cutting torches and power hammers, while below them slaves and Gretchen drove new ammunition chains into breech housings that glowed red from overuse. It was not an army assembling. It was a world reaching the emotional state it had always secretly preferred. The first major Tyranid assaults broke against that brutality hard enough to make even Vale wonder whether the greenskins might truly hold. The skies over Octarius darkened beneath my Cetic descent until the black storm clouds turned out not to be clouds at all, but advancing gargoyle swarms, and the air between mountain peaks filled with fighter bombers, defcopters, storm boys, and so much anti-air fire that rain itself was thickened by chunks of falling Tyranid flesh. On the ground, Genestealer broods erupted from tunnels and mountain crevasses, only to be met by green tides that plunged into the same holes after them, hacking and bellowing in delighted fury. Lictors scaled cliff faces and quietly gutted gun crews, but even that only opened the sky to more spores, more landings, more killing. It was bloodshed on a scale Octarius had never seen, and for the first stretch of it, the orcs seemed to revel so completely in the struggle that they bent the invader back by sheer appetite for violence. They had prepared as no human world could have prepared. Mountain passes were layered with intersecting trenches, cut not for soldiers to survive in, but for mobs to launch from. Fortress pits swallowed descending spores in curtains of flak. Gargant foundries turned out walking idols of iron and cannon by the day, each machine a howling tower of armor and rage, whose every footfall broke ground already slick with gore.
Belts around Gargates became artillery cathedrals of crude genius, massed batteries sited over plains where Tyranid organisms died in drifts so thick the dead briefly altered the landscape. Orc gun discipline was nonsense in the way storm seas are nonsense. It lacked elegance, yet it achieved force beyond reason. Kryptman watched all of it in silence. Beside him, Watch Sergeant Garin of the Death Watch studied the casualty bars with flint-hard concentration. "The anvil is holding," he said at last. "For now," Vale replied. "For now is more than these brutes had any right to achieve." It was true. Tendril after tendril of descending swarm met belts of fire, minefields, impact pits, mountain fortresses, and endless greenskin countercharges. Gargoyle clouds blackened the air and were shredded. Carnifex broods reached the lower slopes and were brought down under volleys from quad guns, then buried under mobs of boys hacking at exposed joints with roaring chain tools and choppers. Bio-artillery screamed down from feeder positions in the west and collapsed fortress walls, only for the surviving orcs to charge through their own rubble, howling for close work. Every dead beast fed the confidence of the defenders. Every fresh impact became another excuse for more orcs to throw themselves into the line. And beneath those victories, where triumph always rots first, the Tyranids were learning. Locard laid the evidence before them in cool, methodical slates. Feeder organisms disappeared into buried channels beneath the mountain chains. Tunneler broods altered their vectors after each failed breach, mapping fortification density through the dead they harvested. Spore chimneys rooted where the runoff from orc corpse pits and fungus farms created ideal biomass flow. Ripper swarms stripped battlefields at night in regions the larger defenders assumed already safe, because no obvious assault followed. Lictors tagged command routes. Hormagaunts that died at one barricade produced days later broods with altered leap angles, better suited to clearing the scrap walls, and improvised gun nests the orcs favored. "They are reading the world through cadavers," Locard said. Vale looked up from the slate. "Everything is a text to them." "Everything is meat," Locard corrected. "The text is merely what the meat remembers." On the surface, the war expanded until language became insufficient, and only juxtaposition could approach the truth of it. Gargants dueled towering Tyranid bioforms over plains where both sides disappeared to the knee in mulch made from the dead of previous days. Orc gun citadels vanished under tides of gaunts, and then reappeared hours later, still firing, because the mobs inside had never noticed the difference between being besieged and being entertained. Great worm things burst from beneath mountain roads and were crushed beneath fortress cranes, repurposed as hammers. Bio-titans strode through spore fog, tall enough to have their shoulders lost in the weather, while orc super-heavy walkers met them chest-high in fields where every shell impact blew red rain over kilometers of fighting ground. Every corpse fed one side or the other. If an orc died on the line and his body was dragged back, fungus vats and butchery pits ensured he returned to the war in another form, as ration, as spore source, as trophy, as the raw material of more greenskins to come. If he died beyond recovery, the Tyranids took him. If a Tyranid fell in reach of the swarm, its tissues were reprocessed in feeder rivers and digestion pits. If it fell among the orcs, it was hacked into loot, armor, ammo feedstock, or burnt where it lay to deny the beasts what little could still be reclaimed. Even the denial was useful. Ash and char fed fungus. Fungus fed orcs. The war was not consuming the world. It was rewriting its ecology into one giant contested mouth. The Overfiend made himself myth, because myth was the only proper scale of rule in such a place. He did not remain in Gargates, issuing commands from iron balconies, while underlings paid the blood tithe. He led counterstrikes personally, descending with his chosen nobs in armored drop hulks and roaring convoys where the front ran hottest. Picked captures showed him standing atop the hull of a battle wagon as it ploughed through a line of gaunts, so thick their bodies burst under the tracks like rotten fruit. Another feed showed him leaping from the shoulder of a half-ruined Gargant onto the back of a Tyranid monstrosity the size of a shrine, driving his claw down through layered carapace, while his escort sprayed bullets into the wound until the thing toppled like a collapsing bastion. On yet another world within the system, he was seen tearing the head from a warrior prime before hurling it into his own mobs and bellowing for them to bring him something bigger next time. That, Hroth said, watching the Pict on a side projector, is either a fool or a king. Among his kind, said Garen, those are often the same thing. Blacktooth's presence did what all true warlords do. It created coherence by being where coherence was breaking. Tribes who would have fought among themselves for precedence instead hurled themselves after him, because no orc wished to be known as the mob left behind when the best killing began. He became proof to his empire that strength on the right scale could still smash the swarm. And because war is the only prayer orcs ever truly mean, they answered by becoming more of themselves. For a few precious, dreadful weeks, Kryptman's logic appeared vindicated in its purest form. Octarius bled Leviathan white. The swarm still advanced, but its advance cost it mountains of dead. Synapse signatures winked out under concentrated greenskin assaults. Feeder lines were severed before they could fully root. Whole broods disappeared beneath avalanche gunfire in the mountain passes. The tactical displays aboard Kryptman's vessel showed expenditure rates so extreme that even the driest naval officers allowed themselves expressions of astonishment. Vale saw the same thought move through every human face on the command deck and hated himself for sharing it. Perhaps this was enough. Perhaps the Greenskin Empire was exactly the furnace into which the Great Devourer should have been thrown. Perhaps the galaxy had stumbled into one of those impossible balances where monstrousness might yet negate monstrousness and leave something like breathing room behind. Then, the hive mind escalated. There was no fanfare to the change at first, only pattern. Locard noticed it in the redeployment lag. Garen noticed it in the observer reports from 3 separate fronts. Kryptman noticed it before both and said nothing until the evidence thickened. Tyranid assaults stopped battering themselves so wastefully against the strongest visible belts. Instead, they feinted in force, fixed the orc defenders in place, and sent tunneler masses under the secondary ridges to collapse munitions depots from beneath. Lictors did not merely kill artillery crews now. They severed messenger chains and struck between rival sub-commanders just long enough to let old Greenskin infighting reawaken at critical moments. Feeder creatures withdrew from impossible surfaces and routed along run-off channels, fungal sump lines, and corpse drains that linked battlefields to the underworld. The swarm began to prosecute the war with a strategic coldness the orcs could only imitate in fragments. "It has found command," Kryptman said one watch, staring at the shifting markers. Vale heard the weight in the words. "Higher synapse." Yes. The next assault made the truth flesh. A push began in the northern passes, under weather black with spores and tracer fire. The orcs answered as they always had, with jubilation and gun noise enough to deafen a continent. For hours the line seemed stable. Then reserve broods surfaced exactly where relief convoys were crossing the back roads to the front. Simultaneous lictor strikes killed or scattered the crews of mountain guns, whose fire lanes had been dominating the lower slope. Gargoyle clouds descended not on the wall tops, but on the fuel rigs behind them. When the gargants marched to plug the breach, larger bioforms emerged from dead ground at angles that should have been impossible, as if the enemy had mapped every contour of the killing field and chosen the one route the greenskins had never considered, because brute confidence told them no one would dare it. The passes held. Barely. But afterward, even Hroth stopped grinning when he spoke of the war. Then the Swarm Lord came. The first sightings were inconsistent. A command beast larger than any seen before. A Tyranid warlord carrying blades like a king's sentence. A thing moving at the center of synaptic pressure so intense that lesser organisms changed direction around it before mortal eyes could understand why. Then better reports arrived from shattered redoubts and survivors whose voices shook despite every effort at steel. The hive mind had birthed not just another tyrant, but the instrument it used when ordinary cunning no longer sufficed. By the late stages of the Octarius War, the Swarm Lord had entered the campaign against the Orcs, and its massive drive toward Octaria would eventually isolate and kill the Overfiend. Vale saw it first through relay picked from a collapsing mountain fortress. The image stuttered under interference and blood on the lens. Orcs were running toward the fight rather than from it, which on Octarius was the clearest possible sign that something exceptional had appeared. Through curtains of fire and raining debris, there emerged a shape taller than the warriors around it, broader, crowned in horned chitin, moving with impossible exactitude through a battle that had until then seemed all chaos and exuberant mass. 4 bone swords flashed, a knob split from shoulder to hip. Another was disarmed in the literal sense, both arms severed before his body understood. The thing did not bellow, did not posture. It moved like concentrated purpose. Around it the whole swarm bent and tightened, as if some immense hand had just closed. Kryptman watched that feed without expression. Vale felt his own throat go dry. So this is what it summons when enough brute force fails. Yes, said Kryptman. The campaign that followed was not one battle, but the unmaking of a legend by degrees. The Overfiend still counterattacked, still appeared where the line ran hottest, smashing brood masses and rallying tribes through sheer physical authority. Yet now, the swarm yielded ground where yielding cost nothing, and struck where each success isolated another segment of his empire from the rest. Gargant foundries were overrun not frontally, but by undercutting the tunnels that fed them fuel and munitions. Mountain gun lines found themselves suddenly without ammo because feeder raids had gutted the convoy routes days before. Rival bosses were lured into unsupported glory charges and devoured before the Overfiend could smash a path to them. With every triumph he won, the overall shape of the war still narrowed around him. At last, they met. No human witness stood close enough to swear to every blow and live, but the aftermath and the surviving relays told enough. It was on the approaches to Gargates, amid a plain of wrecked walkers,
shattered feeder towers, and burning fungus pits where the dead of both species already lay in strata. The Overfiend drove into the thick of the swarm with his chosen guard around him and tore open a corridor of bodies by force so obscene it almost resembled inevitability. The Swarm Lord came to meet him not as an enraged beast, but as a verdict long prepared. Their clash became the center of the field in an instant. Orcs roared and charged toward it. Tyranid organisms bent inward to screen it. Gargant guns fired until one of the walkers fell with its head blown off by bioartillery and crushed a whole flank under its dying bulk. The Overfiend smashed one of the Swarm Lord's guard beasts aside, ripped another in half, and brought his claw down hard enough to crater the earth where the Swarm Lord had been a heartbeat earlier. The Tyranid warlord answered with motion too fast and too cold, carving rents through armor seams, then withdrawing, then pressing again where blood had already opened a path. No bravado, no show, only execution refined by a mind older than empires. At the last, the swarm isolated the Overfiend exactly as the later reports would claim. His guard died or were dragged away. His relief mobs were trapped in feeder mazes and scrap burns. His path back to concentration was cut. He stood amidst mountains of fresh dead and fought the Swarm Lord almost to the point where brute magnificence might have rewritten destiny. Almost. The final relays showed the Overfiend on one knee, still clawing upward, one arm hanging in strips, his jaw split, his chest open to the ribs. The Swarm Lord stood over him like the answer to an equation too old and murderous for joy. Then the blades came down together, and the image vanished in static and blood. Silence gripped Kryptman's command deck when the confirmation packet arrived. The Overfiend of Octaria had been slain by the Swarm Lord during the fall of the world's later stages, breaking the symbolic center of the greenskin defense even as the wider Octarius war continued to rage. Vale let out a breath he had not known he was holding. Then Octarius falls. Kryptman's eyes remained on the wider map, not the dead king at its center. "No," he said, "its center falls." That distinction revealed itself almost at once. The Overfiend's death did not end the war, because nothing so simple could end a war that had become ecology, appetite, and identity all at once. Instead, it removed the one massive will around which the Greenskin Empire had begun to cohere. Tribes that had suppressed private rivalries under the promise of the greatest fight now rediscovered those rivalries with renewed enthusiasm. Ambitious bosses lunged for scraps of authority. Mobs cut off from the old command still hurled themselves at the Tyranids, but now with less coordination and more local stupidity. Some fought harder, some fought one another, some did both in the same hour, and that made the slaughter worse, more anarchic, more fertile. Without a single iron center, the battlefield became 1,000 private wars, feeding the same planetary grinder. Every orphaned warband that died in some pointless side clash became meat. Every challenge duel between would-be successors bled more biomass into the soil. The Tyranids still had to fight for every hill, trench, and scrap fortress, but now the defense lacked the ugly genius of being one giant fist. It was a storm of fists striking in all directions. Vale looked from the dead Overfiend's last blurred image to the spreading tactical bloom of new clashes igniting where command should have held. Kryptman said nothing. He did not need to. The truth stood plain in the blood-red light of the hololith. Octarius had not been pacified by the death of its ruler. It had been opened further, its violence uncapped and scattered across every front, every mountain pass, every fungus plain and fortress pit. The war would go on, harder to control, harder to predict, richer in dead, and somewhere inside that widening storm, the great devourer fed on the absence of a king. The death of the Overfiend did not close the war. It removed the hand that had briefly made the war resemble something as limited as a campaign. In the weeks and months that followed,
The Octarius struggle became exactly what Fidus Kryptman had feared, and in some secret chamber of his mind, perhaps even intended. Not a battlefront, but an ecosystem. The Orc Empire fragmented into rival warlord domains, even as the Tyranids kept pressing, and the wider Octarius region remained a killing ground whose borders the Imperium increasingly feared could not hold. From the command deck of the Shadow Frigate, Severian Vale watched the hololith change its language. There had once been front lines, spears of advance, marked bastions, worlds designated contested, infested, or fallen. Such symbols now remained on the display only because human cogitators had been built by minds that still believed war should possess shape. In truth, shape had gone. The region writhed instead. It produced violence from within itself. Roots choked and reopened. Worlds that appeared half-consumed flared back to life under great green counter-wars, only to vanish again weeks later under feeder storms and fresh capillary bloom. Dead moons became gun platforms, then digestion sites, then orc salvage dens, then battlegrounds once more. Nothing held long enough to deserve certainty. Hell without center. It was Vale's phrase, written first in the margin of a report he had no intention of ever submitting to any living superior. It remained there in his cramped hand, between notes on casualty estimates and astropathic failures, the words dark and ugly against the parchment. He had meant them at first as bitterness. Over time they became diagnosis. New orcs came from light years around. They came because no species in the galaxy loved the smell of a greater fight more purely. Derelict hulks staggered in under bad drives and worse ideas. Rock clusters translated too close to established mine belts and blew themselves apart before they had fully arrived. Yet even that only scattered surviving greenskins into nearby war zones where they immediately found purpose. Freebooter convoys painted in stolen heraldry came from sectors whose names Vale did not know. Spores drifted aboard void wreckage and made landfall on worlds already burning. Migratory warbands redirected their whole existence toward Octarius, because rumor alone had told them that somewhere in that direction there existed a war large enough to make a beast out of any beast that survived it. The Tyranids took them gladly. Every orc devoured was mass, muscle, fungus-fed density, aggression written into useful flesh. Every greenskin warrior dragged down in some feeder trench became another increment in Leviathan's continuing education, another caloric offering to a mind large enough to process whole species as battlefield variables. And every Tyranid slain gave the surviving orcs exactly what their breed treasured most. More war, more proof, more status, more appetite. It was not simply that the two foes were killing each other. They were validating one another's existence on the grandest scale imaginable. Watch Sergeant Garin stood over one of the fresh recon slates and delivered the conclusion in his usual stone-cut voice. This cannot be ended from observation. The chamber was dim, but for the tactical display and the votive lamps before the machine shrines. Hroth leaned against a bulkhead nearby, chainblade across one shoulder, his face a ruin of old scars and recent healing. Maccabeus stood with head bowed as though in prayer, though his eyes remained open and attentive, red-limbed in the low light. Vale looked up from the slate. Could it ever have been? Garin did not answer at once. No. He touched a rune, and 3 worlds expanded in rotating projection. One was held in broad terms by orc clans who no longer answered to a single superior. One was under heavy Tyranid dominance, though periodic green eruptions still clawed great chunks from the infestation zones. The third changed status between each pass of the display, because the data arrived too slowly and too bloodily to preserve accuracy for more than a watch at a time. We no longer monitor the war to stop it, Garin said. Then why? Vale asked, though he already knew. To be ready for the victor. No one in the chamber found cause to dispute him. That was the Death Watch truth of Octarius now. Kill teams still entered the region, still struck feeder relays, assassinated emergent synapse leaders, sabotaged orc armories, burned cult nests, and extracted whatever scrap of intelligence they could wrench from the storm. But none among them spoke any more of salvation, as if the word had become childish in the mouth. They watched, because whichever horror emerged with the upper hand would not stop at its own blood-slick doorstep. They watched, because the Imperium had purchased time, and time demanded accounting. They watched because one day the Order would come to meet the winner, and no son of the Adeptus Astartes wished to arrive ignorant. Kryptman listened to Garen's assessment and inclined his head by the smallest fraction. "It has done what it needed to do," he said. Vale turned toward him. "Needed." Kryptman's pale eyes remained on the hololith. "Terror still stands." It was an answer and accusation both. Every time Vale confronted him, the Inquisitor reached not for morality, but for terminal stakes. Terror, species survival, extinction postponed by one more cycle of horror. Against such scales, what was one empire of greenskins, or one ring of dead worlds, or one drifting convoy of starving imperial refugees? Nothing. That was Kryptman's genius and his corruption. He knew how to make the unthinkable look merely subordinate. Nearby imperial worlds became pressure blisters on the skin of the war. At first they had been way stations, then shelters, then quarantine anchorages, then dumping grounds for whatever the Octarius fire spat out and failed to consume on the first pass. Refugees arrived in holds, where half the deck populations were already dead from thirst or flux. Deserters slipped out of failed cordon actions and sold their rifles to black market syndicates before they had even finished lying about where they had served. Labor brokers made fortunes moving starving men from refugee hulks into fortress works around worlds whose governors had privately been told to prepare for eventual sacrifice. Cult infiltration spread through the displaced masses, because where hunger, fear, and the whisper of salvation gathered, there too gathered those willing to promise that the Emperor had abandoned his servants, and that other powers were more immediate in their reply. The black markets flourished as they always did at the edge of apocalypse. Xenos chitin became contraband armor plating. Orc munitions found their way into Underhive gang wars, 3 systems removed from the fighting. Salvage from quarantine zones circulated among void crews, who swore each purchase had been made honestly, and then slept beside shotguns because they dreamed of clicking in the walls. Whole cargo bays disappeared off manifests and reappeared in private hands. Priests denounced it as sin. Naval officers denounced it as sedition. Everyone involved called it survival. Vale had walked enough of those fringe worlds to smell the war before the war arrived. It smelled like overcrowded docks and boiled grain stretched too far. Like sweat in chapel queues, where men came not for grace, but because the ecclesiarchy still distributed soup at dawn. Like promethium from militia drills and cheap machine oil from workshops running night and day to produce ammunition no one believed would suffice. It smelled like panic trying to pass as administration. The words changed depending on who spoke of Octarius. Priests called it divine judgment. The Emperor scourging the galaxy through Xenos' hands to remind mankind that security had never been promised and innocence had never been real. Commanders called it a buffer. They used the word in clipped staff briefings and sealed memoranda, as if a region of worlds being systematically converted into a self-feeding engine of alien war could be reduced to a useful cushion between one terror and another. The common soldier called it something else, a mouth that keeps growing. Vale heard that phrase first from a guardsman sergeant on a cordon world whose regiment had been shifted 3 times in as many months to fill garrisons emptied by redeployments and secret evacuations. The man had mud on his boots and exhaustion in his eyes so profound that it seemed older than his face. "What do they say out there?" Vale had asked him, using the tone of a quiet investigator
instead of the harsher voice his office could permit. The sergeant spat over the trench lip and watched the dark beyond the wire where no enemy yet stood, and still everyone listened as though something might be breathing there. "They say it's a mouth, Lord," he answered. "Everything you chuck at it just makes it bigger." That had stayed with Vale. He began to write more after that. Not reports, not the thin, bloodless slates of military action and strategic necessity that flowed endlessly through Kryptman's service. Something else, a private record, testimony perhaps, condemnation, though he was not certain the word held enough weight. He wrote by hand when he could, because machine archives could be altered, lost, burned, sanctified into falsehood, or simply ignored. Parchment resisted some forms of convenience. Ink accused more honestly. He did not write Kryptman as hero. He did not write him even as villain in the common melodramatic sense, because there was too much utility in the man for that comfort. Instead, Vale wrote him as warning. He recorded Tyran and Macragga, Tarsis Ultra, the Dead World Cordon, the Tribunal, Carpathia, the Perdition's Flame, Gorala, Octarius. He recorded the arguments, especially those. The cold, exact things Kryptman said, when men around him still clung to older ideas of duty and mercy. He wrote because he had begun to understand that future generations, if there were future generations, would not only need to know what Kryptman had done, they would need to know why such deeds could seem necessary, and why necessity could not be trusted, simply because it was right. One night, in the small archive cell he had claimed for that secret labor, Kryptman entered without knocking. Vale did not cover the pages. Some stubborn remnant in him refused the gesture. Kryptman's gaze dropped to the parchment. "You are recording me." "Yes. For prosecution. For memory." Kryptman considered that, the lamplight carving old severity into his face. Memory is merely prosecution delayed. Vale dipped the pen again and met his eyes. Then perhaps delay is useful after all. The faintest shadow crossed Kryptman's mouth. Not amusement. Perhaps recognition of a blow landed cleanly. He stepped nearer and looked upon one page long enough to read the line Vale had most recently written. Correct and damned. Kryptman said nothing for several breaths. Then, in the same low tone with which he had once named the Tyranids over the corpse of Tyran, he said, "Those are not opposites." When he left, Vale remained bent over the desk for a long time, the pen unmoving in his fingers. That was the center of it. The filthiest truth in the whole sprawling matter. In this age, under this sky, with enemies like these, and an imperium built upon its own sanctified cruelties, a man could be strategically correct and still deserve every curse spoken over his grave. A monster could be right. Worse, he could be right in ways that saved trillions and still leave the species poorer in soul than if he had simply failed. There was no contradiction in it. Only a depth of misery human thought had never been built to enjoy inhabiting. The Great Rift made all of it worse. Communications in and around the wider Octarius cordon had already been strained by the shadow in the warp and the psychic pressure of Orc War energy. With the post-rift instability thickening warp routes and making message chains longer, slower, and less reliable, worlds on the edge of the inferno often received warning too late or not at all, while commands issued from safer systems arrived stripped of context and hope alike. The cordon impenetra existed precisely because Imperial planners feared the war would spill outward, yet even that artificial boundary suffered under the combined distortions of the rift, Orc psychic tumult, and Tyranid shadow. The fear returned in force when a series of outer systems reported simultaneous anomalies. Spore storms on one agri-world where no Tyranid vessel had yet been sighted. Greenskin raiders appearing on another with trophies cut from battles that by all prior charts should still have been too distant to matter. A refugee convoy gone missing between relay points and later found adrift, every soul aboard flensed or vanished. Astropaths raving about a red wound across the dark, a tide below it, and iron laughter rising through the warp static. On the command deck, fresh reports scrolled across the hololith in sickly cascades of amber text. Garen read them. Hroth cursed. Lokard requested specimen retrieval teams with a calm so obscene that Vale almost drew his sidearm on reflex. Kryptman only studied the vectors, the delays, the pressure curves, the mounting indications that the war no longer pressed merely inward upon itself, but outward as well. "The borders are thinning," Vale said. "The borders were always a fiction," Kryptman replied. Outside the armored viewport, the void remained black and immense, but Vale had lived too long in such darkness to mistake stillness for safety. Octarius burned on, no longer under one king, no longer even under one comprehensible rhythm, yet no less hungry for that loss of center. Somewhere within it, orcs still came screaming from impossible distances for the promise of a greater scrap. Somewhere within it, Leviathan still fed and adapted. And out here, on the Imperial edge, men built walls, whispered prayers, sold contraband, hid cult icons under bunk frames, and stared into the dark as though staring hard enough might teach the dark to stop advancing. It would not. Vale turned back to his pages after the watch changed and wrote one more line beneath the others, the ink blotting briefly before it steadied. "The inferno is not contained. It is considering its next shape." By the time the Imperium admitted what Fidus Kryptman had truly done, the confession came dressed as policy rather than remorse. They did not say he had been right. The lords and strategos and ordo masters who survived on the cleaner side of sealed chamber doors never granted him that absolution. But they did admit, in the only language the Imperium ever truly trusted, that his gamble had strengthened both alien empires and that the widening Octarius war now required a ring of heavily defended systems to contain its spread. Inquisitor Nashir Sahansun, fierce critic of Kryptman and architect of the New Order, cast that ring across the wider war zone and named it the Cordon Impenetra. Imperial worlds inside it were measured, prioritized, fortified, or abandoned according to value and survivability, while the Pancalis subsector began to buckle under sudden fresh pressure from converging Orc and Tyranid assaults. Sigma Ulstari, the Forge world, and only Warden planet inside the cordon, became the indispensable anvil upon which the whole policy might yet survive or shatter. Severian Vale read Sahansen's orders in a stolen transcript aboard Kryptman's shadow frigate and felt a bitter laugh rise in him like acid. The phrasing was cleaner than Kryptman's ever had been. There were more invocations of sacred duty, more carefully arranged appeals to sacrifice, more pious references to the Emperor's burden and the duty of his servants to preserve what could still be preserved. Yet beneath the finer wrapping, the arithmetic was the same. Bordering worlds were to harden or die in place. Populations within the cordon were to be weighed according to strategic utility. Reinforcement routes were to favor worlds whose fall would compromise wider regional survival. It was Kryptman's logic, without Kryptman's name attached to it, which made it at once more respectable and more obscene. Kryptman read the same transcript over Vale's shoulder and said only, "He learns. He condemns you in one order and imitates you in the next. Then he is an inquisitor. The first catastrophe in Pancalis did not announce itself as one catastrophe. It came as many, simultaneous and mutually worsening. At Darkmont, the sky darkened under descending spores, while warning sirens still sounded for an orc raid detected in high anchor. At a Hellmill shrine, bells tolled for prayer against Xenos incursion, only for the faithful to find their catacombs already infested by Genestealer cult cells that had waited years for exactly such confusion. Saint's Blessing, which had once fed pilgrims and manufactoria alike, burned in 3 districts at once beneath sabotage, orbital bombardment, and the first desperate acts of men who realized evacuation quotas would never include them. Tylum and Nazca
received conflicting orders from sector command and local governors within the same hour and died trying to obey both. Keist's agri-belts became trench lines overnight. Kernak's stations went silent one by one in the dark. Gaidisk's outer moons lit with battle so bright that merchant captains in neighboring systems mistook the planet for a star being born wrong. No single command could hold so many fronts in one human mind. So the chapter of that war belonged instead to many eyes. Marshal Arius Voss of the Black Templars stood within the assault chapel of the strike cruiser Sword of Dawn and listened to the hull sing under incoming fire. The chapel was narrow, all iron ribbing, votive chains, and carved saints with faces hammered hard by war. Around him knelt his brothers in black ceramite, helms locked, tabards hanging stiff with old blood and prayer oils. The thunder of macro impacts passed through the deck in slow, furnace-heavy waves. Red warning lumen flashed over skull motifs and battle standards, while the Vox altar spat reports of void contact above Sigma Ulstari's outer defense ring. Voss held his Crozius in both gauntlets and spoke into the liturgical hush. There is no peace beyond this hull. There will be none below it. Good. Helms tilted upward as one. The foe comes in flesh without soul, and in brute savagery without reason. We answer in faith sharpened into murder. We answer in the Emperor's name, and if the world beneath us drowns in filth and blood before this watch is done, then let it be said that it drowned over the bodies of those who would not yield. A growl of assent rose from the kneeling brethren, low and dangerous. Abhor the alien. They struck breastplates with mailed fists. Burn the unclean. Again. Die if needed. Now the reply came back as a single iron voice. Never kneel. The deck shuddered harder. Somewhere beyond the assault chapel, servitors chanted firing solutions, and human ratings screamed as airless compartments vented into the black. Voss turned toward the drop bay and felt the old familiar calm settle over him, the one that arrived only when events had advanced beyond policy and become the honest language of blades. Above Sigma Ulstari, void war burned like a second sun. The Forge World's tower factorums rose from oceans of toxic waste so corrosive that even the Mechanicus had found draining them inefficient. Their spires clawed into the upper atmosphere, each one bristling with sanctified weapon stations, dock rings, and defense platforms enough to shame a fortress moon. Around them wheeled squadrons of frigates, cruisers, forge tenders, and orbital batteries trying to maintain coherence while Orc vessels smashed inward from one. Vector and Tyranid organisms slid through the gaps from another. Sigma Ulstari's known character as a Forge World, Fortress World, War World, and only Warden planet within the cordon made it too valuable for the Imperium to abandon, which is precisely why both Xenos powers pressed it again and again. On the bridge of the Factorum Spire Ferrum Ultar, Skitari Alpha Temur Rho stood motionless, while sacred oils dripped from a blessing manifold onto the barrel shrouds of the macro batteries under his command. He no longer had a face in any human sense. A brass mask covered the skull. Lens clusters pivoted where eyes had once been. The lower jaw was a vented grill emitting machine cant by the second. Behind him, ranked maniples of Skitari Vanguard awaited redeployment orders with rifles held across metal chests, every warrior as silent as ammunition. Incoming battle data streamed through Temur Rho in constant bright pain. Toxic sea levels, tower shield integrity, engine sear casualty reports, cogwall breach percentages, biometric decay in outer trench cohorts, Orc boarding vectors, Tyranid capillary growth across the southern refuse deltas. He chose priorities. That was all command had ever been, once stripped of vanity. Divert reserve macroclade to Alpha Primaros Littoral, he said through the grill. A lesser adept clicked his disapproval. Orc breach probability higher at the cogway. Correct. Tyranid adaptation rate higher at the littoral. They have learned the poison tides. He sent the order. Below the tower, Sigma Ulstari's poisonous seas frothed black-green around pylons and industrial islands, while the first Tyranid waves crawled ashore, regardless of corrosion. Lesser organisms died by the million in the wastes, their flesh sizzling away under chemical surf and runoff, so toxic it turned human bones soft in minutes. The next broods came with thicker plates. The next after them used the corpses of the first as stepping media. Behind them loomed larger bioforms whose internal chemistry had already adjusted to the world's filth, because the hive mind learned with all the patience of damnation. Captain Jarek Holt of the Astra Militarum saw that adaptation from trench level and hated its efficiency. He commanded what remained of the 29th Varden Line in a defense crescent, carved between slag berms and drainage canals leading toward the lower Manufactoria. His men had arrived 3 months earlier to reinforce labor suppressions and convoy protection. Now they fought in a landscape that resembled an oil refinery built atop a mass grave. To their rear, refugee columns pressed against barbed exclusion lines under the watch of gun servitors and Martian overseers. To their front, the shorelands had become a moving wall of claws, spines, and chitin advancing through poison fog. "Range steady," Holt barked. His voice came hoarse through a throat half burned by old chemical exposure. Around him, Vardens in mud-caked flak crouched behind emplacements built from ore crates, machine housings, and the armor plates of wrecked haulers. Heavy bolters hammered, mortars coughed. A Lascanon team burned a hole clean through one advancing monstrous thing, only for 2 smaller horrors to climb through the smoking cavity left in its chest and continue forward. Holt turned once and looked at the refugees. They stretched all along the rear causeway, men with their possessions in sacks or welded carts, laborers from lesser stations, dock crews, shrine workers, sick children, old men, wounded PDF stragglers, all pressed under the muzzles of Mechanicus security cohorts, while inventory adepts sorted which among them had skills useful enough to merit passage deeper into the forge complexes. The rest waited in the rain of ash and industrial poison, hoping bureaucracy would change its appetite before nightfall. It did not. Some were marched into labor gangs at shock-stave point. Some were packed into transport hulks that would never launch. Some simply remained where they were, rotting in lines too vast to count, while clerks revised quotas around them. Kryptman's arithmetic, Holt thought, though he had never met the man. The line shook as the Tyranids hit. The first gaunts reached the wire and shredded themselves on it, spilling black ichor into the sump channels. The second wave used the dead to cross. Bio-artillery rounds followed, fleshy mortar sacks bursting above the trenches to rain corrosive. Slurry and burrowing grubs into helmets and weapon mounts alike. Holt shot one soldier himself when the man tore off his rebreather and began clawing at his face where feeder worms had entered through the tear ducts. There was no time for mercy. There was barely time for ammunition. In the command shadow of Kryptman's frigate, Vale watched all of it from a remove that no longer felt clean enough to deserve the name of distance. Sir Hansen had built his cordon because he understood what Kryptman's original gamble had done to the region. That much was clear in every order line and force disposition. The new Inquisitor despised the outlaw who had birthed Octarius, yet still he ringed the war zone with hardened systems and abandoned weaker ones to fate because nothing else remained possible. The methods had outlived the man's title. They had entered doctrine. Vale hated that most of all. Darkmont, Ahelmil, Saint's Blessing, Tylam, Nazca, Kaist, Kernak, Gaidisk. He read their names in rolling dispatches, and each name arrived attached to another version of the same sentence. Under siege, overrun, contested, infested, redeployment impossible, cordon breach probable, faith failing, ammunition exhausted, evacuation incomplete. Beside him, Kryptman studied Sigma Ulstari's threat curves as if the wider subsector were weather. "This one matters," he said. Vale almost laughed. Only this one. This one can still arm 10 others. He wanted to argue. Instead, he found he could not, because the Forge world's value was real, and the lives crushed to maintain it would not become less crushed if he pretended the math had vanished. The war on Sigma Ulstari worsened by the hour. Tyranids struck first in full, adapting to the poison coasts and worming into refuse tunnels beneath the lower spires. Bio-titans emerged in the underworks, where waste sluices met old Foundation caverns, their passage collapsing maintenance rails and spilling whole labor districts into black chemical surf. Capillary growths began to pulse around the lower Factorum routes until Skitarii purification teams burned them out with phosphor fire, only to find fresh growth already reappearing 3 levels deeper. Then the Orcs came. Not raiders, not isolated scavenger mobs, a proper invasion. Ram ships battered through the void melee and hurled assault hulks into the spire belts. Gargants lumbered out onto the toxic shorelines under screens of scrap-armored trucks and squiggoths dragging explosive battering engines. Fighter swarms screamed between the Factorum towers, trading fire with Aeronautica wings already stretched to breaking by the Tyranid pressure. Exhausted defenders, who had finally stemmed one tide, now found themselves trapped between 2. The Tyranids clawing in from sea and sump, the Orcs smashing in from ash plains and breach causeways. It became tripartite slaughter on a scale fit only for old nightmares. Marshal Voss led his Black Templars in drop assault through that storm, descending in blazing capsules between spires whose upper guns still fired while lower levels were already being overrun. His pod slammed into a loading court, choked with burning servitors and half-melted cargo cranes. He came out into close-range hell at once, bolt pistol hammering, chainsword roaring, tabard blackened by the first spray of alien ichor. To his left, Tyranid warrior forms were erupting from a ruptured transit tunnel. To his right, Orc commandos had already reached the gantries and were butchering tower militia with delighted profanity. He chose the center and broke both. "Forward!" he voxed. The Black Templars hit the breach like a blade dropped from orbit. Brothers crashed through gaunt swarms in black ceramite walls, every bolt round taking heads and torsos apart in showers of slick ruin. When the Orcs countercharged from the gantries, Voss met them in the middle of the loading court, beneath showers of sparks from severed power lines, his Crozius pulping a knob's jaw into green fragments before he drove the weapon back into a leaping gaunt so hard it burst against the deck in a fan of black gore. Around him his brethren fought as only crusading sons of Dawn could fight, no thought of survival except as a means to further killing. Along the shorelines, Alpha Temur Rho committed titans, not with drama, with calculation. Legio engines strode into the chemical surf beneath banners stiffened by toxic wind, their feet boiling. Poison seas into clouds of murderous vapor. One volcano lance gutted a bio-titan mid-charge, spilling incandescent organs across a causeway, where Skitarii maniples were still firing beneath its shadow. Another god machine took a full barrage from an Orc gargant and staggered knee-deep in black surf before returning fire in a beam that sheared the greenskin engine from shoulder to reactor belly. The shoreline became a place where mountains murdered each other, while infantry died in numbers too low to merit legend and too high to count. Captain Holt's trench line ceased being a line and became instead a series of local survivals stitched together by prayer and radio static. He saw an Orc assault cart plough into a brood of gaunts and explode, taking both species and 20 of his own men with it. He saw Skitarii vanguard advance through phosphor fog as if already dead, rifles flashing white in the poison murk, while Tyranid feeder beasts dissolved around their boots. He saw one Titan topple sideways into the surf after a bio-Titan reached its knee joints and tore through sacred armor with talons the size of bridge spans. The impact sent a wave of corrosive slurry over 2 trench sections and left nothing behind but bubbling wire and screaming. Still, Holt kept his men firing. Above all of it, The void battle raged unceasing. Fleet assets docked to Sigma Ulstari's spines burned or broke free. Orc aircraft hunted landing craft. Tyranid boarders infested damaged decks and birthed massacres in the bellies of ships already trying to maintain firing discipline. The Forge world seemed wrapped in rings of continuous murder from high anchor to toxic sea floor. Then, at the hour when every defense calculation aboard Sigma Ulstari had begun quietly revising itself toward final collapse, the reinforcements came. They did not come softly. They crashed through the siege. The void above the Forge world split under the arrival of fresh Imperial weight as warships of the Indomitus Crusade, heavy navy assets, and the Black Templars' own greater force smashed into the battling cordon around Sigma Ulstari. High Marshal Helbrecht's arrival with the Eternal Crusader and accompanying Imperial reinforcements is what later stabilized the Forge world's position, even as the larger war remained perilous rather than won. Vale saw the first new contacts bloom on the Augur and knew at once the shape of their meaning. Not salvation, nothing so pure, reinforcement, permission to continue. Marshal Voss heard it in his helm as a fresh Vox canticle and drove harder into the breach. Alpha Temur Rho rerouted reserve macroclades from doomed sectors to newly viable ones without changing his pulse rate by a single measurable beat. Captain Holt looked up through smoke and chemical rain and saw descending landers burning through the atmosphere with more men, more tanks, more guns, more bodies to stuff into the gears for one more day. Sigma Ulstari did not win. It survived, for the moment. The fresh troops landed under marauding Orc aircraft and spore rain. New Titans strode out to die where older Titans had fallen. Knights charged through causeways still slick with acid and blood. Black Templars dropped pods hammered into zones the defenders had written off an hour earlier and made them habitable again through pure slaughter. The siege bent. It did not break. And as night spread over the Forge world's poisoned seas, over its burning spires and corpse-choked shorelines, over the transport hulks still packed with refugees who had not been chosen, and the labor lines of those who had, the truth of the cordon settled cold and hard over every survivor still able to think. There was no final victory here, only the right to continue dying tomorrow. Age had found Fidus Kryptman at last, though it had not found mercy enough in itself to grant him softness. It had paired him. The flesh around his cheekbones had drawn tighter over the years, until his face resembled something carved from old ivory and left too long in smoke. The lines at the edges of his eyes had deepened into cuts one might have made with a ritual knife. His hands, when they rested on the brass rail of the observation deck, looked less like the hands of a lord than those of a scribe who had spent decades writing death warrants and no longer troubled himself to distinguish one signature from the next. Yet for all that, the core of him remained what it had been above Tyrann's. Black Sea and Macrage's funeral fires and the tribunals that had stripped him of title. The gaze had not altered. The voice had not altered. He was still a man in whom pity had been measured, flensed, and finally subordinated to continuance. Beyond the armored glass of the shadow frigate's forward blister, the void burned in distant wounds. Octarius still raged, Pancalis still convulsed, Sigma Ulstari still bled through its tower foundations into poisoned seas that no rainfall could cleanse. The war Kryptman had set in motion had outlived every pretense of containment by ordinary means. It no longer resembled one fire or even one region of fire. It resembled a disease of war spread through neighboring flesh, each new agony producing another appetite, another doctrine, another argument for cruelty to be spoken by men who had once assured themselves they would never think in such terms. Severian Vale entered the blister with a stack of parchments under one arm and a sealed slate in the other. The years had not spared him either. They had merely preserved him enough to continue witnessing. His augmetic eye threw back the dim lumen glow in a green glass stare. Fresh scarring showed white against the weathered flesh of his jaw, where shrapnel from Sigma Ulstari's outer docks had nearly taken his throat a few months earlier. He looked like what he was, a man held together by discipline, prosthesis, and the refusal to die before he had finished recording what mattered. Kryptman did not turn. "You have come to accuse me again." Vale set the parchments down on the steel chart table with more force than was strictly necessary. "No." "Then you have come to count?" "Yes." At that, Kryptman inclined his head by a fraction, as though acknowledging a proper beginning. Vale broke the seal on the slate and activated its rolling display. The air between them filled with shifting script, casualty tallies, system maps, planetary status revisions, and astropathic distress extractions so numerous that the display seemed almost white with text. "Here is the bill," Vale said. He touched the first rune. Octarius bloomed in blood red over the slate. Worlds stripped or infested. Orc empires broken and reforged in uglier shapes. Brood zones now so deeply established that local extinction was no longer a forecast, but an historical fact. New tendrils forming from feeder worlds that had once been thought strategically secondary, and were now laboratories in which the hive mind tested what it had learned from greenskin brutality. Vale touched the second rune. Pancalis opened like a wound. Darkmont under siege. A Hellmill's underhives burning with cult purges and rising insurrection. Saints' blessing reduced to partitioned killing districts where priests still preached above the sound of artillery, and those sermons increasingly resembled burial rites spoken ahead of schedule. Tylum, Nazca, Keist, Kernak, Gaidisk, names once fit for ledgers, tithes, and transit routes, now only coordinates attached to cries for reinforcement or notices of operational abandonment. He touched the third rune. Sigma Ulstari flared amid a cloud of subordinate data trails. Forge capacity degraded. Refugee populations destabilizing perimeter labor districts. Skitari macroclades operating at reduced cohesion after repeated attritional deployments. Naval tonnage committed beyond sustainable rotation. Titan losses. Shoreline defense losses. Transport hulk mortality. Black market expansion. Ecclesiarchal unrest. Genestealer contamination scares in lower foundry sectors. Every column another proof that the Forge world still lived only because it had been permitted the privilege of becoming less human in order to do so. Vale let the slate dim. "There," he said. "Imperial worlds, Orc empires, dead sectors, dead fleets, dead consciences, dead men who never saw the enemy that killed them because our own species killed them first, in case they might otherwise become useful to it. Is that enough counting for you?" Kryptman at last turned from the viewport. He did not look at the slate. He looked at Vale, and in that gaze there was no plea for understanding, not even defiance, only the patience of a man who had long ago accepted that loathing and necessity might dine from the same plate forever. "The Tyranids," he said, "were always extinction wearing hunger as a face." Vale's mouth tightened. "And because you saw that first, everything that followed is to be sanctified." "No." The reply came sharp enough to cut. "I have never asked sanctification. I have never asked pardon. I ask only that the species survive long enough to hate me honestly." Vale stared at him. Kryptman stepped to the chart table and laid one finger against the dimmed slate, not activating it, only resting there as if the dead systems beneath the metal still possessed heat. "Look beyond your outrage," he said. "Every commander defending the cordon now thinks in my terms, whether he speaks them aloud or not. Sir Hansen weighs worlds. Flaggerstock weighs labor populations. Fleet masters weigh convoy tonnage against extraction value. Black Templars choose which bastions must be abandoned, so others may fire 1 hour longer. Guard officers leave wounded behind when transport decks are needed for ammunition. They have all learned the same lesson. Some merely dislike the sound of my voice while learning it." Vale felt anger rise again. old and familiar, and never once sufficient to blunt the truth under it. Being strategically correct, he said, does not absolve the creation of a larger nightmare. No, said Kryptman, it does not. The simplicity of that answer stopped him more effectively than denial would have. Kryptman moved back toward the viewport. Outside, the stars were cold and thin. Somewhere beyond them, beyond even the wars currently consuming men and Xenos alike, other void lanes remained silent in ways that no longer felt benign. I created a nightmare, he said. That is true. I created it because the alternative was extinction arriving faster. Vale took a step toward him. You do not know that. Kryptman's pale gaze shifted slightly, not to Vale, but to the reflected hololithic afterglow still hanging over the glass. I know what I saw on Tyran. I know what fed on Macraga. I know what rose from below the galactic plane and treated worlds as kindling. There are enemies in this age who hate us, enemies who mock us, enemies who desire dominion, corruption, enslavement, humiliation, worship, or the hollow triumph of proving themselves greater than man. Tyranids desire none of these things. They do not need to despise us. They do not need speeches. They do not need pride. They do not even need victory in the way sentient empires understand it. They need only that enough biomass remains available for the next mouthful. He turned fully then, and there was a severity in him so absolute that Vale understood why whole rooms of stronger men had once let themselves be arranged by that will. That silence, Kryptman said, is what makes them worse. The words hung between them. No shrieking devotion of chaos, no imperial bluster, no greenskin exaltation, no wounded vanity, no ideology to negotiate with or insult into error, only consumption. Tyranids did not need hatred, because hatred is a luxury for creatures that still possess selves large enough to be offended. The Great Devourer required no offense, only matter. The slate on the chart table chimed with fresh updates. Vale almost ignored it. Then, Discipline 1. He reactivated the display, and the chapter of the galaxy's misery resumed turning before them. On Octarius, feeder storms were recorded along a moonbelt once deemed tactically exhausted. The swarm had learned to use the debris of destroyed Orc gun platforms as nesting media. New organisms with thicker frontal plating and elongated climbing limbs were sighted scaling scrap escarpments that had stalled prior broods. Orc warbands, leaderless and endlessly fecund, still hurled themselves into the same regions with all the ecstatic fury of a species too honest to pretend war was a burden. They fought harder as they were culled. The swarm grew wiser as it fed, a lesson and an appetite teaching one another. On Pancalis, command revisions from Saint's Blessing authorized the scouring of 2 lower hive tiers after cult infiltration compromised the evacuation cordons. At Darkmont, an emergency translation request from a Navy convoy was denied because the Void route had been reprioritized toward munitions delivery for Sigma Ulstari. At Nazca, a colonel requested permission to pull back from the Agri-belts and was informed that retreat would expose the rail hubs and therefore was doctrinally inadvisable, even if it destroyed his regiment to prevent it. The Imperium brutalized itself, not because sadists had replaced statesmen, but because war on this scale rewarded internal cruelty with one more hour of coherence. At Sigma Ulstari, defense calculations celebrated survival in the grimmest possible terms. 1 toxic littoral had been retaken. A lower forge chain remained operational. Refugee mortality had plateaued in some dock hulks because the dead had finally stopped fouling the air scrubbers at increasing rates, and instead were now being processed into nutrient mash for labor cadres farther inboard. New Skitari cohorts marched over corpse-pulped causeways toward positions where older cohorts had already vanished. Titans still strode the poisoned surf. Bio-Titans still answered them. Orc raids still tore open flank routes, just as the Tyranids exploited them. The machine continued because too much depended on its continued grinding to permit disgust the dignity of interruption. War made the galaxy easier to harvest. Vale saw it plainly now, in 3 distances at once. The swarm learned. The Imperium coarsened itself into an image of the things it feared. The constant violence created more weakness than it cauterized, because every refugee corridor, every labor draft, every culling decree, every black market route, every desperate resettlement, and every abandoned world seeded the conditions from which future contagions would bloom. Genestealer cults, greenskin raids, administrative collapse, starvation, moral exhaustion, all of it fed the larger logic of predation. He looked up from the slate. "You know what sickens me most." Kryptman waited. "That I cannot call you wrong without also lying." For the first time in many years, something softened in the ruined country of Kryptman's expression. Not warmth. That might have been impossible. But a recognition, perhaps, the sort one condemned man offers another when both have finally stopped pretending the scaffold is optional. "No," he said. "You cannot." Vale let out a slow breath. "And yet I can call you damned." "Yes. And I do. I know." The ship's engines thrummed low around them. Somewhere deeper in the hull, crewmen rotated watches, machine priests soothed overworked systems, and scribes copied orders that would carry more men toward places already written in blood. Life, such as it remained in the Imperium, persisted through routine, even at the edge of revelation. Vale gathered the parchments he had brought and held them against his chest. "I have recorded all of it," he said. Kryptman's gaze dropped to the bundle. "For the Inquisition?" "No." He surprised himself with the force of the answer. "For whoever comes after, if anyone does." He looked past Kryptman into the reflected stars. "It will not be a defense, nor a condemnation, not in the simple sense. It will be testimony, a warning written by a man who stood close enough to smell the gears turning." Kryptman nodded once. "Good. That is all. It is enough." Vale almost asked whether Kryptman feared what future readers might conclude, whether he feared being remembered as butcher, savior, traitor, realist, or monster. But that question belonged to younger ages and gentler politics. Kryptman had crossed too many horizons for remembrance to matter except as utility. So Vale asked instead, "When they say it, when others finally say the thing they have avoided saying, what then?" Kryptman knew at once what thing he meant. His answer came in a voice worn thin by age, service, and certainty, yet still hard enough to mark metal. "Then let them understand that it is no triumph." Vale closed his hand around the parchments. Kryptman was right. The words formed in him with all the texture of a verdict carved on a tomb. Not victory, not vindication, not the clean relief of being able at last to distinguish wisdom from wickedness. The bleakest possible verdict, because it meant the cruelty had not been theatrical, not gratuitous, not the indulgence of a diseased mind. It meant the cruelty had been rational, calculated, necessary in ways that made the species poorer for surviving by it. He thought of Tyran's Black Sea, Macragge's pyres, Tarsis Ultra under spore rain, Cordelis burning by imperial hand, the cordon of dead worlds, the tribunal, Carpathia, the perdition's flame, Gorala, Octarius roaring itself into ecstasy, Sigma Ulstari feeding laborers into fortress. Works and corpses into machines, because the line must hold. The whole ledger of the age written not in virtue and vice, but in continuance purchased through abominations. Kryptman was right. That was why the record had to survive. Not so that men would imitate him more eagerly. They already were. Not so that he would be redeemed by hindsight. He had neither sought nor deserved redemption. But because future commanders, future inquisitors, future priests and officers, and scribes and frightened men at the edge of doomed worlds needed to know what kind of sentence they were speaking when they pronounced those words. They needed to hear the scrape of bone in them. They needed to know that correctness can poison the hand that holds it. An alarm rune pulsed softly on the edge of the viewport console. Kryptman turned toward it at once. Vale followed and called up the long-range auger screen. At first, the returns showed nothing but the ordinary cold clutter of deep void. Distant stellar dust, debris shoals, faint traffic ghosts. Then, at the farthest edge of meaningful detection, where the machine spirits complained and the data became suggestion rather than certainty, shapes moved against the stars. Not one shape, several. Too distant for classification, too steady for wreckage, too massive for comfort. The bridge officers elsewhere in the ship had not yet spoken. No formal contact warning had been issued. The screens simply displayed those new shadows gliding in regions that should have remained empty, as if the galaxy had not finished demonstrating how many directions hunger might come from once men had exhausted themselves, naming only the nearest teeth. Vale felt the chill rise through him exactly as it had on Tyran all those years ago. Fresh shadows moved in the void. Behind them, Octarius still consumed worlds. Pancalis still bled. Sigma Ulstari still screamed its machine prayers into poison skies. Millions already died each watch and called it endurance. Yet beyond all that, beyond the wars men were already using to explain one another's necessary monstrousness, the dark still held room for more. More tendrils, more migrations, more mouths. Kryptman watched the distant movement without blinking. Octarius, Vale understood then, had never been the conclusion. It had been a rehearsal conducted with sectors as stage dressing and species as expendable cast. A proving ground, a lesson in scale, a glimpse of what the Imperium would become when forced to answer extinction not once, but again and again, until even memory of cleaner answers had been burned out of it. He lowered his gaze to the parchments in his hands, then back to the stars, then finally to the old outlaw beside him, who had seen this shape of truth before nearly anyone else, and answered it with crimes large enough to buy a little time. The ship drifted on. The record endured in ink and scar and witness, and in the silent dark beyond the wars already devouring millions, the next hunger moved closer.